Modern psychology is like a vast, meticulously charted territory, yet largely disconnected from the ancient maps of the human psyche. Its methods often prioritize quantifiable data and measurable outcomes. Just as ancient mysteries are like forgotten constellations in the night sky, shimmering with symbolic light, but obscured by the glare of modern rationalism, they hold secrets to navigate the depths of the human spirit. What if the anxieties and existential questions of our time could be illuminated by the forgotten knowledge of our ancestors, offering a potential path to self-understanding obscured by the noise of the modern world? For millennia, humanity has sought to understand the mysteries of consciousness, life, and death. Driven by an innate curiosity and a yearning for meaning, ancient cultures developed intricate systems of knowledge and practice aimed at transforming the human psyche. In ancient Greece, initiates sought profound illumination within the Eleusinian mysteries, participating in sacred rituals designed to reveal the secrets of life and the afterlife. In ancient Egypt, dream incubation offered direct guidance from the divine, with individuals seeking healing and prophecy through carefully cultivated dream experiences, hoping to catch a glimpse of the hidden realms beyond waking consciousness. These ancient practices reflect a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit, an understanding often fragmented in modern approaches to mental health. Carl Jung, grappling with the complexities of the human psyche, recognized that these symbols and rituals were not merely historical artifacts, but reflections of universal archetypes residing within the collective unconscious, shaping our perceptions, emotions, and behaviors, and forming the foundation of our shared human experience. This timeless pursuit reflects our innate need to connect with something larger than ourselves and to find our place in the cosmos. But modern society often overlooks these ancient sources of wisdom, leading to a sense of alienation and a crisis of meaning, as individuals struggle to find their way in a world that often feels disconnected from its spiritual roots. Can we rediscover these ancient maps of the psyche and use them to chart a more meaningful path in the modern world? This video will explore the psychology of ancient mysteries, revealing the insights encoded in their symbols and rituals, offering a path towards self-understanding, inner peace, and a deeper connection to the collective unconscious. We will delve into the secrets of the Eleusinian mysteries, explore the practice of Egyptian dream incubation, examine the psychological dimensions of shamanic practices, and uncover the Jungian archetypes that underlie these ancient traditions. By the end of this video, you'll gain a deeper understanding of the human psyche, a new appreciation for the wisdom of the past, and practical tools for navigating the complexities of the present. Let's begin our exploration of the psychology of ancient mysteries. What if the ancient mysteries weren't about magic or the supernatural, but rather sophisticated systems designed to unlock the hidden potential of the human mind? The common perception of ancient rituals often paints them as primitive, superstitious practices, a far cry from the scientific rigor of modern psychology. But what if these ancient cultures possessed a profound understanding of the human psyche, utilizing symbolic language and carefully structured experiences to alter consciousness and facilitate psychological transformation? These practices were not random or arbitrary, but were deliberately crafted to bypass the conscious mind and tap into the unconscious, inducing states of heightened awareness and promoting self-reflection, and offering pathways to personal growth. Central to understanding these ancient mysteries is the importance of symbolic language, a universal means of communication that transcends cultural and temporal boundaries. Symbols, unlike concrete facts, act as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, conveying complex ideas and emotions in a non-linear fashion. They serve as keys that unlock the deeper layers of the psyche, allowing individuals to access hidden memories, repressed emotions, and intuitive insights. By deciphering these symbols, we can gain a richer understanding of the human psyche, revealing the archetypal patterns that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, just as the Rosetta Stone unlocked the secrets of hieroglyphic writing. And so unlocking the symbols of ancient mysteries can reveal forgotten knowledge of the mind. The language of dreams, myths, and rituals speaks to us in symbols, inviting us to explore the hidden dimensions of our inner world, a language they don't want you to learn. These ancient mysteries often incorporated initiation rituals, structured psychological experiences designed to facilitate profound personal growth and spiritual awakening. Initiation rituals were not mere ceremonies, but carefully orchestrated events intended to induce altered states of consciousness, promote intense self-reflection, and initiate transformative personal growth. By undergoing a series of trials, ordeals, and symbolic enactments, initiates were stripped of their old identities and prepared to embrace a new understanding of themselves and the world around them. These rituals often involved the use of psychoactive substances, sensory deprivation, and intense emotional experiences, all carefully designed to break down the ego and open the doors of perception. The journey of initiation is a journey into the depths of the unconscious, a confrontation with the shadow self, and a rebirth into a new state of awareness. One of the most well-known examples of such a psychological system is the Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece, a complex series of rituals that promised initiates profound insights into the nature of life, death, and the afterlife. For over 1,000 years, the Eleusinian mysteries served as a major religious and cultural event in ancient Greece, attracting thousands of pilgrims each year to the small town of Eleusis, near Athens. Despite its widespread popularity and long history, the secrecy surrounding the rituals has left us with very few detailed written accounts of what actually transpired within the sacred precinct. What little we do know comes from fragmented sources, hints and allusions in the writings of ancient authors like Plato, Plutarch, and Cicero, all of whom underwent initiation, but were forbidden from revealing the secrets they had sworn to protect. This shroud of secrecy only adds to the allure and mystery of the Eleusinian mysteries, inviting us to speculate on the possible psychological effects of these ancient rites. The secrecy of the Eleusinian mysteries has led scholars to believe that psychoactive substances, particularly ergot, a fungus that grows on rye, were used to induce altered states of consciousness in the initiates. This ergot contains hallucinogenic compounds and could have produced powerful visions and mystical experiences, acting as an experiential catalyst. In addition to psychoactive substances, the Eleusinian mysteries likely involved symbolic dramas, visual spectacles, and emotionally charged performances, all designed to create a powerful sense of emotional catharsis and psychological transformation. Initiates were led through a series of symbolic enactments, witnessing scenes depicting the abduction of Persephone by Hades, her descent into the underworld, and her eventual return to the world of the living. These dramas likely evoked intense emotions of grief, fear, and hope, culminating in a profound sense of release and renewal, and forever altering their worldview. The rituals and visual spectacle would flood the psyche, creating a new reality for the initiates. The Eleusinian mysteries can be connected to Jungian concepts of individuation and the collective unconscious, where the rituals facilitated a connection with archetypal figures and universal psychological themes. Jung believed that the collective unconscious is a reservoir of universal experiences and archetypal images shared by all humanity, and that these archetypes can be accessed through dreams, myths, and rituals. The Eleusinian mysteries, with their focus on death, rebirth, and the journey to the underworld, may have allowed initiates to connect with these archetypal themes, gaining a deeper understanding of their own inner world and their place in the cosmos. Jung writes, "The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure of every individual. The initiates likely experienced a sense of unity with the cosmos, a transcendence of the ego, and a profound connection with something larger than themselves, thus experiencing a deeper understanding of their own inner world. But can we learn anything from these ancient practices that is relevant to our modern lives? Can the insights gained from the Eleusinian mysteries be applied to modern psychological understanding and personal growth? Or are these ancient rituals simply relics of a bygone era, irrelevant to the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century? Beyond the Grecian world, in ancient Egypt, dream incubation was a widespread practice, where individuals sought guidance and healing from the gods by sleeping in temples. Unlike modern dream interpretation, which often focuses on the individual's personal experiences and associations, ancient Egyptians believed that dreams were a direct line to the divine and the unconscious mind, with the gods communicating directly with the dreamer, offering guidance, warnings, and prophecies, often providing direct solutions to waking life problems. By carefully cultivating their dreams, individuals could gain access to hidden knowledge and unlock the secrets of their own inner world. But what if this ancient technique could unlock forbidden knowledge, still relevant today? The techniques used in Egyptian dream incubation rituals were precise and deliberate, often involving prayers, incantations, and specific sleeping positions to induce the desired dreams. Before entering the temple, individuals would undergo a period of purification, abstaining from certain foods and activities to cleanse their bodies and minds. Once inside the temple, they would recite prayers and incantations to invoke the gods and request their guidance. They would then sleep in a designated area, often on a special bed or platform, in the hopes of receiving a dream visitation. Temple priests played a vital role in interpreting the dreams and providing guidance to the dreamers. These priests were trained in the art of dream interpretation and were believed to possess the ability to decipher the symbolic language of dreams and unlock their hidden meanings. The priests would carefully listen to the dreamer's account of their dream and then offer their interpretation, providing practical advice and spiritual guidance, acting as a bridge between the dreamer and the divine. The similarities between ancient Egyptian dream interpretation and modern Jungian dream analysis are striking, as both emphasize the importance of understanding the symbolic language of dreams, recognizing that dreams are not random or meaningless, but rather a reflection of the unconscious mind, a window into our deepest fears, desires, and aspirations. Jung saw dreams as a way for the unconscious to communicate with the conscious mind, offering guidance, warnings, and insights that can help us to navigate the complexities of life, providing valuable information that the conscious mind might otherwise overlook. Just as the Egyptian priests sought to decipher the symbolic language of dreams, so too does the Jungian analyst seek to understand the hidden meanings and archetypal patterns that emerge in our dream life. Could these ancient and modern interpretations hold the key to personal growth? Imagine harnessing the power of your dreams to solve problems, reduce anxiety, and gain a deeper understanding of yourself, and to experience a personal connection to ancient wisdom. By learning to pay attention to our dreams, we can unlock a wealth of information about our unconscious mind, gaining access to hidden knowledge, repressed emotions, and untapped potential. The ancients believed that dreams were a source of divine guidance, and perhaps they were right. What if the answers to our most pressing questions lie hidden within our own dream world, waiting to be discovered? Shamanic practices, another widespread and ancient tradition, offer further insights into the psychology of altered states of consciousness and the potential for healing and transformation. Found in cultures across the globe, shamanism represents one of the oldest forms of spirituality and healing known to humankind. At the heart of shamanism is the figure of the shaman, a mediator between the human and spirit worlds, one who uses altered states of consciousness to gain insight, heal the sick, and communicate with spirits. Shamans act as intermediaries between the ordinary world and the realm of spirits, traveling to other dimensions to retrieve lost souls negotiate with deities, and restore balance to the community. Shamans employ a variety of techniques to enter these altered states of consciousness, including drumming, chanting, dancing, and the use of psychoactive plants, all designed to induce visions, out-of-body experiences, and a profound sense of connection with nature. The rhythmic drumming and chanting can create a hypnotic effect, inducing a trance-like state that allows the shaman to access altered states of awareness. Dancing can also be used to induce altered states, as the repetitive movements and physical exertion can lead to a release of energy and a shift in consciousness. The use of psychoactive plants is a common practice in many shamanic traditions, with plants like ayahuasca, peyote, and psilocybin mushrooms being used to induce powerful visions and spiritual experiences, opening the doors of perception and allowing the shaman to enter into direct communication with the spirit world. Through these techniques, the shaman transcends the limitations of the ordinary world and enters into a realm of heightened awareness and spiritual insight, allowing the shaman to communicate with the spirits. These shamanic practices can be linked to Jungian concepts of the shadow and the anima animus, two key aspects of the unconscious mind. Jung believed that the shadow represents the dark, repressed aspects of our personality, the qualities that we disown and project onto others. The anima animus, on the other hand, represents the feminine side of the male psyche, anima, and the masculine side of the female psyche, animus. Shamans often confront their own inner demons, journeying into the depths of the unconscious to confront their shadow selves and integrate their repressed emotions. This journey can be seen as a metaphorical death and rebirth, symbolic of the transformative process of individuation, where the shaman dies to their old self and is reborn into a new state of wholeness and integration, integrating the shadow. Eliade writes, "The shaman is not only a sick man. He is, above all, a religious man, a metaphysician, and a technician of the sacred." This raises the question, has modern society lost touch with the healing power of altered states of consciousness? While shamanic practices may seem foreign and exotic to many in the modern world, techniques like guided visualization and mindfulness can be seen as modern adaptations of these ancient traditions, offering a way to access altered states of consciousness and promote healing and well-being. Could the wisdom of the shamans hold the key to unlocking our own potential for healing and transformation? And can we harness these ancient techniques to navigate the complexities of modern life? Drawing comparisons between the Eleusinian mysteries, Egyptian dream incubation, and shamanic practices reveals common threads that point to universal psychological themes. All three traditions utilize altered states of consciousness, symbolic language, and initiation rituals as key components of their respective practices. These commonalities suggest that these practices reflect a fundamental human need for meaning, transformation, and connection with something larger than themselves, tapping into a deeper wellspring of wisdom and insight. Do these common themes point to a hidden truth about the human psyche? Underlying these universal themes is the concept of archetypes, recurring patterns in human experience that shape our perceptions, emotions, and behaviors. Jung believed that archetypes are universal, inborn predispositions to experience and respond to the world in certain ways, existing within the collective unconscious. The Great Mother archetype, for example, represents the nurturing, life-giving aspects of the feminine, while the hero archetype embodies the qualities of courage, strength, and self-sacrifice. The shadow archetype, as we've discussed, represents the dark, repressed aspects of our personality, the qualities that we disown and project onto others. These archetypes are not simply abstract concepts, but rather living forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, influencing our relationships, our careers, and our overall sense of purpose. These archetypes are reflected in ancient myths, symbols, and rituals, providing a window into the collective unconscious and the universal human psyche. Ancient stories and practices are not merely historical artifacts. but rather living expressions of these archetypal patterns, offering a timeless wisdom that can guide us on our own journey of self-discovery. What they don't want you to know is that understanding these archetypes can unlock the secrets of your own inner world, revealing the hidden forces that shape your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. What will happen when you tap into this ancient knowledge? In essence, understanding ancient mysteries as sophisticated psychological systems reveals the profound wisdom of our ancestors, offering a path towards self-understanding, inner peace, and a deeper connection to the collective unconscious. What remains is the question of just how deeply these ancient mysteries can inform our understanding of the mind. What if the myths we dismiss as mere stories are actually sophisticated psychological maps, guiding us through the complexities of the human psyche? Often relegated to the realm of children's tales or historical curiosities, myths are frequently misinterpreted as literal accounts of events that never actually occurred. But beneath the surface of these fantastical narratives lies a profound understanding of human nature, a timeless wisdom that can help us to navigate the challenges and opportunities of modern life. Isn't it time we unlock these secrets? Myths are not simply stories, but rather symbolic representations of the human psyche, reflecting universal human experiences and archetypal patterns. They tap into the collective unconscious, a reservoir of shared human knowledge and experience that transcends cultural and temporal boundaries. Jung writes, "Myths are original revelations of the preconscious psyche in voluntary psychic happenings." By analyzing myths, we can gain valuable insights into the workings of the human psyche, revealing the hidden forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. What if understanding myths could reveal forbidden knowledge of the self? The psychological interpretation of myth offers a unique opportunity to access timeless wisdom that is directly applicable to modern life, with a significance far exceeding that of mere historical or literary analysis. While traditional approaches to myth often focus on their historical context or literary merit, the psychological approach emphasizes their relevance to our own lives, offering a practical guide to self-understanding and personal growth. Approaching myths as psychological maps, we can navigate the complexities of our inner world, confronting our shadows, embracing our potential, and ultimately becoming more fully ourselves. This isn't just about understanding ancient stories. It's about understanding ourselves, self-help through the ages. To truly unlock the psychological power of myths, we need a framework that can help us to decipher their symbolic language and understand their deeper meanings. And Jungian psychology provides just such a framework. Jungian psychology offers a powerful lens through which to interpret myths, providing a set of tools and concepts that can help us to understand their universal psychological themes. This lens allows us to go beyond the surface narratives and delve into the deeper layers of meaning, revealing the archetypal patterns that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. But what are these archetypes, and how do they help us to understand myths? Jungian archetypes are universal patterns of behavior and imagery that reside within the collective unconscious, acting as inherited predispositions to experience and respond to the world in certain ways. These archetypes are not simply abstract concepts, but rather living forces that shape our perceptions, emotions, and relationships. They manifest in myths, dreams, and other forms of symbolic expression, providing a window into the collective unconscious and the universal human psyche. These patterns, passed down through generations, influence how we perceive the world, how we form relationships, and how we strive to find meaning in our lives. Archetypes play a significant role in shaping human behavior and experience, influencing our perceptions, emotions, and relationships in profound ways. They are the hidden forces that drive our actions, shaping our desires, fears, and aspirations. Understanding archetypes can help us to better understand ourselves and others, providing insight into the motivations and behaviors that underlie our conscious choices. Recognizing the archetypes at play in our lives can illuminate the patterns that govern our relationships, our careers, and our overall sense of purpose, unlocking a deeper understanding of our own motivations. Several specific archetypes are particularly relevant to the exploration of ancient mysteries, including the Great Mother, the hero, the shadow, and the wise old man. The Great Mother represents the nurturing, life-giving aspects of the feminine, while the hero embodies the qualities of courage, strength, and self-sacrifice. The shadow represents the dark, repressed aspects of our personality, and the wise old man embodies wisdom, knowledge, and guidance. These archetypes are reflected in myths, symbols, and rituals across cultures, providing a common thread that connects us to our shared human heritage. What can understanding these archetypes reveal? The Great Mother archetype, for example, is a recurring figure in ancient fertility myths, representing the nurturing, life-giving aspects of the feminine. She is often associated with the earth, the moon, and the cycles of nature, embodying the creative power of the cosmos. Examples of Great Mother figures can be found in different cultures throughout the world, including Gaia in ancient Greece, Isis in ancient Egypt, and Demeter, also in ancient Greece, each representing the creative and nurturing force of the feminine. The symbolism associated with the Great Mother includes fertility, nourishment, protection, and the cyclical nature of life and death, representing the eternal cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. What they don't want you to know is that tapping into this archetypal energy can unleash hidden creative potential. The hero archetype is another prominent figure in ancient hero myths, embodying the qualities of courage, strength, and self-sacrifice. The hero is the champion who embarks on a journey of self-discovery, overcoming obstacles, confronting his shadows, and ultimately returning home transformed. Examples of hero figures can be found in different cultures, including Heracles in ancient Greece, Perseus, also in ancient Greece, and Gilgamesh in ancient Mesopotamia, each embarking on a journey of self-discovery. The stages of the hero's journey typically include departure, initiation, and return, representing the process of individuation and the integration of the self. By recognizing the hero archetype in our own lives, can we unlock our potential for greatness? The shadow archetype appears in myths involving tricksters and villains, representing the dark, repressed aspects of our personality, the qualities that we disown and project onto others. The shadow is the embodiment of our fears, insecurities, and hidden desires, the part of ourselves that we try to hide from the world. Examples of shadow figures can be found in different cultures, including Loki in Norse mythology, Set in ancient Egyptian mythology, and Hades in ancient Greek mythology, each representing chaos and repressed desires. The symbolism associated with the shadow includes darkness, chaos, repressed desires, and the potential for both destruction and transformation. Can we truly know ourselves without confronting our inner shadows? What about the wise old man archetype? Odin in Norse mythology is a great example of the wise old man. Odin sacrifices an eye for wisdom. Merlin from Arthurian legends is another example. Shamans, too, could be seen as examples of the wise old man archetype. But what can these archetypes teach us about how to live a more authentic and meaningful life? Understanding archetypes can lead to profound personal growth and self-awareness, helping us to recognize the patterns that govern our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. By identifying the archetypes that are at play in our own lives, we can gain insight into our motivations and choices, understanding why we act the way we do and how we can become more fully ourselves. Integrating our shadow side, for example, can lead to greater wholeness and authenticity, allowing us to embrace our imperfections and accept ourselves for who we truly are. But can this really change our everyday lives? Archetypal insights can also inform our modern relationships and social interactions, improving communication and empathy. By understanding the dynamics between different archetypes, we can better understand the needs and motivations of others, fostering more meaningful and fulfilling connections. Recognizing the shadow side of individuals and groups can help us to address conflict and prejudice, promoting greater understanding and tolerance. Could archetypes hold the key to building better relationships? Connecting with archetypes can provide a sense of meaning and purpose in a secular world, filling the void left by the decline of traditional religious beliefs. Archetypes tap into universal human experiences and values, connecting us to something larger than ourselves. Embracing archetypes can help us to find our place in the cosmos, providing a sense of belonging and grounding that can sustain us through life's challenges. What they don't want you to know is that these archetypes are the key to unlocking your true potential and finding your unique purpose in the world, creating a spiritual link that goes beyond the material. In summary, understanding ancient mysteries as sophisticated psychological systems reveals the profound wisdom of our ancestors, offering a path towards self-understanding, inner peace, and a deeper connection to the collective unconscious. By exploring the archetypal patterns that underlie these ancient traditions, we can gain valuable insights into the workings of the human psyche and apply these insights to our own lives. But how can these ancient insights inform modern psychological understanding and personal growth? And how can we use this knowledge to create a more meaningful and fulfilling life? While modern psychology has undoubtedly made significant strides in understanding the human mind and behavior, offering valuable tools for diagnosis, treatment, and personal growth, has its prevailing emphasis on purely rational or biological models caused us to overlook other, equally important dimensions of human experience? Perhaps, in our pursuit of empirically verifiable and quantifiable metrics, we have inadvertently dismissed or marginalized knowledge that, while not easily subjected to scientific scrutiny, holds profound insights into the nature of consciousness, healing, and the human quest for meaning. After all, modern psychology provides valuable tools, yet it may not fully address the deeper existential needs that humans have grappled with for millennia. Indeed, a potential pitfall of some modern approaches is what has come to be known as spiritual bypassing, a term that describes the tendency to use spiritual ideas and practices to avoid dealing with difficult emotions, unresolved psychological issues, or the complexities of genuine personal growth. Spiritual bypassing manifests as a superficial engagement with spirituality, where individuals adopt certain beliefs or practices, such as positive thinking or meditation, not as a means of genuine self-exploration, but rather as a way to suppress or transcend uncomfortable feelings like anger, sadness, or grief. This avoidance of difficult emotions can lead to a lack of genuine self-awareness, hindering the process of true individuation and potentially creating a fragile sense of well-being built on denial rather than authentic integration. Could it be said that modern approaches, even those rooted in mindfulness, sometimes lack the depth to truly address the shadow self? In contrast to this potentially superficial approach, many ancient cultures embraced a more holistic understanding of human well-being, integrating psychological, spiritual, and physical dimensions into a unified system of knowledge and practice. Ancient wisdom traditions from the East to the West recognized the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit, viewing them not as separate entities, but rather as interdependent aspects of a single, dynamic whole. This perspective, far from being primitive or simplistic, acknowledges the profound influence of mental and emotional states on physical health, and conversely, the impact of physical well-being on psychological and spiritual experience. Shouldn't we consider that what is considered primitive may hold more value than we previously thought? Perhaps these forgotten perspectives hold a crucial key. Therefore, as we transition into exploring specific elements of this holistic understanding, we must consider the possibility that these ancient insights offer a more complete and nuanced picture of the human psyche than modern approaches alone. One of the cornerstones of ancient healing practices was a profound understanding of the mind-body connection. the recognition that the mental and physical realms are inextricably linked, with each constantly influencing the other. Ancient cultures understood that physical ailments were not simply isolated events, but were often manifestations of underlying psychological or spiritual imbalances, expressions of unresolved emotional conflicts, or a disharmony between the individual and their environment. This perspective led to the development of sophisticated diagnostic and treatment methods that addressed not only the physical symptoms, but also the root causes of illness, taking into account the patient's emotional state, social context, and spiritual beliefs. Shouldn't we consider the possibility that ignoring the mind-body connection is a critical flaw in modern approaches? Furthermore, spiritual awareness played a central role in ancient psychological systems, as ancient cultures often emphasized the importance of connecting with something larger than oneself, a transcendent reality that provided meaning, purpose, and a sense of belonging. Spiritual practices such as meditation, prayer, ritual, and communion with nature were used to cultivate inner peace, self-knowledge, and a deeper understanding of one's place in the cosmos. These practices were not seen as mere religious observances, but rather as essential tools for psychological well-being, helping individuals to manage stress, overcome adversity, and find meaning in the face of suffering. What if this spiritual dimension is not just a matter of faith, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology? Moreover, ancient cultures often placed a strong emphasis on the role of community in supporting psychological well-being, recognizing that social connection and mutual support are essential for human flourishing. Community, rituals, and ceremonies provided opportunities for individuals to connect with one another, share their experiences, receive guidance, and feel a sense of belonging. These collective practices help to strengthen social bonds, promote empathy and compassion, and create a sense of shared identity and purpose. In a world increasingly characterized by social isolation and alienation, can we afford to ignore the wisdom of ancient cultures that understood the vital role of community in fostering psychological resilience? As we move towards exploring specific examples of ancient practices that embodied this holistic understanding, let's first consider that the concept of holistic healing may be just what our modern world needs. Can the answers we seek be found in practices long forgotten? Consider traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, as a compelling example of a holistic healing system, one that views health and well-being as the result of a harmonious balance between the individual and their environment. Central to TCM is the concept of qi, often translated as life force or vital energy, which is believed to flow through channels or meridians in the body, nourishing organs, tissues, and the psyche. When qi is abundant and flows freely, the individual experiences physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. However, when qi becomes deficient, stagnant, or imbalanced, illness and suffering can arise. Aren't modern approaches overlooking this energetic component of well-being? TCM employs a variety of techniques to balance qi and promote healing, including acupuncture, herbal medicine, dietary therapy, massage, and movement practices like Tai Chi and Qigong. What sets TCM apart is its emphasis on addressing the root cause of illness, rather than simply treating the symptoms, taking into account the individual's unique constitution, lifestyle, and environmental factors. Furthermore, TCM recognizes the intricate connection between emotions and organ systems, explaining psychological imbalances through the lens of energetic disharmony. For example, excessive anger is believed to affect the liver, while prolonged worry can weaken the spleen. How can we integrate this understanding of emotional energy into modern approaches? Yoga is another powerful example of a holistic approach to well-being, originating in ancient India and encompassing a wide range of physical, mental, and spiritual practices designed to promote union and harmony within the individual. The practice of yoga involves a multifaceted approach that combines physical postures, known as asanas, with breathing techniques called pranayama and meditation, all working in concert to cultivate inner peace, self-awareness, and a deeper connection to the divine. Through the practice of asanas, practitioners aim to improve flexibility, strength, and balance, while simultaneously releasing physical and emotional tension held within the body. But how does yoga connect to Jungian concepts? In fact, the practice of yoga has a number of connections with Jungian concepts. The asanas can be seen as a way of working with the body's shadow, releasing repressed emotions and energies. Pranayama can be used to regulate the flow of energy in the body, promoting psychological balance. Meditation can be seen as a way of accessing the unconscious mind, gaining insight into one's true self. What is it about these ancient practices that create such profound wholeness? Indigenous healing rituals, found in cultures around the world, offer yet another example of community-based psychological support, practices that emphasize the interconnectedness of individuals, nature, and the spiritual realm. These rituals often involve altered states of consciousness, induced through drumming, chanting, dancing, or the use of psychoactive plants, and provide opportunities for individuals to connect with their ancestors, spirit guides, and their own inner wisdom. Practices such as sweat lodges, vision quests, and talking circles are utilized to cleanse the body and mind, seek guidance and clarity, and foster a sense of belonging and shared identity. But are these practices merely superstitious, or do they hold a deeper psychological significance? Also, we can offer comparative examples of more primitive rituals, like rain dances or purification rituals, to demonstrate the mind-body connection. Even something like a rain dance can be seen as a way to influence the weather through focused intention and collective energy. What they don't want you to know is that these rituals are not just about seeking external results, but about aligning the inner world with the outer world, creating a sense of harmony and connection. But if these practices are so powerful, why have they been marginalized in modern society? To illustrate the effectiveness of these holistic practices, consider the case of a woman struggling with chronic anxiety and depression who found relief through a combination of acupuncture, yoga, and mindfulness meditation. After years of unsuccessful treatment with conventional medication and therapy, she began exploring alternative approaches, seeking a more integrated way to address her physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. Through acupuncture, she experienced a release of pent-up energy and a reduction in physical tension. Yoga helped her to cultivate a greater sense of body awareness and emotional regulation. Mindfulness meditation allowed her to observe her thoughts and feelings without judgment, reducing the power of negative self-talk. Over time, she experienced a significant improvement in her symptoms, regaining a sense of hope, purpose, and vitality. But is this just a one-off case, or is there a larger pattern here? Modern society has largely lost touch with this holistic understanding of the human psyche, a consequence of the rise of scientific materialism, which emphasizes the physical world as the primary source of knowledge, and individualism, which prioritizes individual autonomy over collective well-being. This has led to a fragmentation of mind, body, and spirit, where physical ailments are often treated in isolation, neglecting the psychological and spiritual dimensions of health. How did we lose touch with these ancient understandings? This disconnection has contributed to rising rates of anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues, as individuals struggle to find meaning, purpose, and connection in a world that often feels isolating and alienating. Many people experience a profound sense of social isolation, feeling disconnected from their communities, their families, and even themselves. The emphasis on external success and material possessions has left many feeling empty and unfulfilled, searching for something more. Is this fragmentation the root cause of our modern malaise? So how can we reintegrate these fragmented aspects of ourselves and reclaim the wisdom of ancient traditions? How can we bridge the gap between modern science and ancient spirituality, creating a more holistic approach to health and well-being? Could it be that reconnecting with our inner world, embracing our shadow side, and cultivating meaningful relationships can lead to greater wholeness and well-being? The answers may lie in the work of Carl Jung, whose concepts of archetypes, the collective unconscious, and the process of individuation offer a powerful framework for understanding and addressing this fragmentation, something we will explore next. How can we truly understand the language of the unconscious, that realm of hidden desires, repressed emotions, and untapped potential that shapes so much of our behavior? Perhaps the key lies in Jungian psychology, a framework that uniquely values the symbolic understanding that the modern mind often dismisses as irrational or superstitious. Jungian psychology offers a bridge between ancient wisdom and the modern psyche, providing a means to decode the forgotten knowledge embedded in myths, rituals, and symbols that have resonated across cultures and throughout history. Carl Jung recognized that the unconscious mind speaks a language of symbols, a language that is not always readily accessible to our rational, conscious awareness. He argued that these symbols are not merely arbitrary representations, but rather archetypal images that reflect universal patterns of human experience, patterns that are deeply rooted in the collective unconscious. Jung writes, "The archetypes are typical modes of apprehension, and wherever we meet with uniform and regularly recurring modes of apprehension, we are dealing with an archetype." This perspective suggests that ancient mysteries, far from being primitive attempts to explain the world, were carefully crafted systems designed to tap into the unconscious mind, to evoke these archetypal images and facilitate psychological transformation. But is it possible that the ancients had a better understanding of the unconscious than we do today? Indeed, the ancient mysteries were designed to access the unconscious mind, to facilitate self-discovery and personal growth through symbolic experiences. The Eleusinian mysteries, for example, involved a carefully constructed ritual that induced altered states of consciousness, allowing initiates to confront their deepest fears and experience a sense of rebirth. Similarly, Egyptian dream incubation rituals sought to access the wisdom of the unconscious through vivid and transformative dreams. These ancient practices, while seemingly shrouded in secrecy and esoteric symbolism, were in essence sophisticated techniques for exploring the inner landscape of the human psyche. What they don't want you to know is that these rituals could hold the key to unlocking your hidden potential. Modern psychology, particularly Jungian analysis, offers a set of tools for achieving similar results. Techniques such as dream analysis and active imagination can be used to explore the symbolic language of the unconscious, to uncover hidden patterns and gain insights into one's true self. Dream analysis involves interpreting the symbols and narratives that appear in dreams, recognizing them as manifestations of unconscious desires, fears, and conflicts. Active imagination, on the other hand, is a more active process that involves engaging in a dialogue with the unconscious, allowing symbolic images to emerge and interact with the conscious mind. But how can we be sure that these modern techniques are truly effective? Jungian concepts can help us to understand the psychological underpinnings of ancient rituals and myths, unlocking the symbolic meaning of these practices and providing valuable insights into the human condition. Jung's archetypes, for example, offer a key to deciphering the universal themes that are reflected in ancient stories, themes such as the hero's journey, the great mother, the wise old man, and the shadow. By understanding these archetypes, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the psychological wisdom that is embedded in ancient traditions, wisdom that may hold the key to addressing the challenges and complexities of modern life. But are these archetypes merely outdated concepts, or do they still resonate with us today? Now, let's turn to exploring some specific Jungian concepts and their relevance to ancient mysteries, beginning with the shadow, that often misunderstood and feared aspect of the human psyche. Is it possible that understanding our shadow is the key to unlocking hidden potential and integrating ancient wisdom into our modern lives? The shadow in Jungian psychology represents the repressed, unconscious aspects of the personality, the dark side that contains negative emotions, unacceptable impulses, and unacknowledged traits. It is the repository of all that we deem unacceptable or undesirable in ourselves, those aspects of our personality that we have disowned or repressed in an attempt to conform to social norms or our own idealized self-image. However, the shadow is not inherently evil, but rather a complex and multifaceted aspect of the psyche that also contains untapped potential and creative energy. As Jung himself noted, everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. But if the shadow is not inherently evil, why do we tend to fear and repress it? The role of shadow work in personal growth and individuation is undeniably essential for becoming a whole and balanced individual. Confronting and integrating the shadow involves acknowledging and accepting our flaws, limitations, and negative emotions, recognizing that they are an integral part of who we are. This process is not about eliminating the shadow, but rather about bringing it into conscious awareness, understanding its motivations, and integrating its energies into our overall personality. This integration allows us to access the hidden potential and creative energy that is contained within the shadow, transforming it from a source of negativity into a source of strength and authenticity. What they don't want you to know is that your shadow is a source of power that they want to keep hidden from you. Ancient rituals often involved confronting and integrating the shadow, serving as a symbolic representation of this process. Many initiation rites, for example, required initiates to face their fears, overcome obstacles, or make sacrifices, symbolically representing the confrontation with their own inner demons. These rituals often involved a descent into darkness, a symbolic journey into the underworld where the initiate would encounter their shadow self, grapple with their deepest fears, and emerge transformed. But are these ancient rituals merely symbolic, or do they have a real psychological effect? Consider, for example, the ancient Greek practice of catharsis, which involved experiencing and expressing intense emotions in a safe and controlled environment, often through dramatic performances or ritualistic ceremonies. Catharsis allowed individuals to purge themselves of pent-up emotions, to confront their shadow selves, and to achieve a sense of emotional release and purification. This practice, while seemingly archaic, reflects a deep understanding of the importance of acknowledging and integrating negative emotions, rather than suppressing or denying them. How can this concept of emotional catharsis be applied to modern life? The process of shadow work also has a strong connection to understanding negative behavior in modern life. By acknowledging and integrating our own shadow selves, we can develop greater empathy and compassion for others, recognizing that everyone carries their own burdens and struggles. We can also become more aware of our own projections, those unconscious tendencies to attribute our own unacceptable thoughts and feelings to others. This awareness allows us to take responsibility for our own behavior and to avoid blaming others for our own shortcomings. Isn't it time we all took responsibility for our shadow selves? This brings us to another key Jungian concept, the anima and animus, the contrasexual aspects of the psyche. How do these inner figures shape our relationships, our creativity, and our understanding of ourselves? The anima in men represents the feminine side of the personality, encompassing emotions, intuition, and creativity, while the animus in women represents the masculine side, including logic, assertiveness, and independence. These are not simply reflections of societal gender roles, but rather archetypal forces that reside within the unconscious mind, shaping our perceptions, behaviors, and relationships. Jung believed that integrating the anima and animus is essential for psychological wholeness, allowing us to develop a more balanced and complete sense of self. Jung writes, The anima and animus are both personifications of the unconscious. The anima is the feminine side of a man's personality, and the animus is the masculine side of a woman's personality. But why are these inner figures so important for psychological balance? Recognizing and embracing our inner opposite, the anima or animus, can lead to greater self-understanding and more fulfilling relationships. It allows us to access a wider range of emotions and behaviors, to develop greater empathy and understanding for the opposite sex, and to break free from rigid gender stereotypes. Integrating the anima animus involves developing a balance between masculine and feminine qualities, embracing both our rational and intuitive sides, our assertive and receptive natures, our independent and relational selves. However, achieving this balance is not always easy, as it requires confronting our own unconscious biases and challenging the societal norms that have shaped our understanding of gender. What they don't want you to know is that embracing your inner opposite can unlock a world of creativity and fulfillment that they want to keep hidden. Ancient myths often depicted the interplay between masculine and feminine principles, providing symbolic representations of the human need to integrate these opposing forces within the self. Myths featuring strong female figures, such as goddesses, warrior women, and wise matriarchs, challenged patriarchal norms and celebrated the power and wisdom of the feminine. Similarly, myths featuring sensitive male figures, such as healers, poets, and artists, highlighted the importance of emotional intelligence and vulnerability in men. These stories, while rooted in specific cultural contexts, reflect the universal human need to embrace both masculine and feminine aspects of the self, to transcend the limitations of rigid gender roles, and to achieve a more complete and harmonious understanding of what it means to be human. But what happens when we fail to integrate these inner figures? Consider, for example, the myth of Isis and Osiris, an ancient Egyptian story that depicts the importance of integrating masculine and feminine principles for spiritual and psychological wholeness. In this myth, Osiris, the king of Egypt, is murdered by his jealous brother Set, who scatters his body parts across the land. Isis, Osiris's wife and sister, embarks on a quest to find and reassemble her husband's body, symbolizing the process of integrating the fragmented aspects of the self. Through her love, devotion, and magical powers, Isis is able to resurrect Osiris, restoring him to life and ensuring the continuation of his reign. This myth, while seemingly fantastical, reflects a deep understanding of the transformative power of love, compassion, and the integration of masculine and feminine energies. How can we apply this ancient wisdom to our own relationships? Finally, let's consider synchronicity, that mysterious phenomenon of meaningful coincidences that Carl Jung saw as a key to understanding the interconnectedness of the inner and outer worlds. Can paying attention to these coincidences provide us with guidance and meaning in our lives? Synchronicity, as defined by Jung, refers to meaningful coincidences that cannot be explained by cause and effect, and a causal connecting principle that links inner psychological events with outer world events. These are not merely random occurrences, but rather moments when the inner and outer worlds align in a way that feels significant and purposeful. Synchronicities often occur during times of personal transformation or spiritual awakening, serving as signs that we are on the right path or as a catalyst for change. But are these synchronicities simply wishful thinking, or do they have a deeper significance? Ancient cultures interpreted synchronicities as signs from the gods or the universe, developing practices such as divination, astrology, and prophecy to interpret these meaningful coincidences. These practices reflected a belief in the interconnectedness of all things, the idea that the universe is not a random and chaotic place, but rather a deeply interconnected web of relationships where everything is connected to everything else. What they don't want you to know is that synchronicities are a sign that you are aligned with your true purpose. Recognizing synchronicities can provide guidance and meaning in modern life, helping us to align with our true purpose and make more conscious choices. By paying attention to the seemingly random events and coincidences that occur in our lives, we can gain insights into our unconscious desires, fears, and motivations. Synchronicities can serve as confirmation that we are on the right path, or as a sign to make a change, to shift our focus, or to embrace a new opportunity. But how can we learn to recognize and interpret these meaningful coincidences? Consider, for example, the experience of repeatedly encountering a specific symbol or image, such as a certain animal, color, or number, in various contexts over a period of time. This recurring symbol may be a synchronicity, a sign that your unconscious mind is trying to communicate something to you. By paying attention to the symbol, researching its meaning, and reflecting on its significance in your own life, you can gain insights into your own psychological state and identify areas where you may need to make changes or adjustments. Is it possible that the universe is constantly sending us messages, if only we knew how to listen? So, what have we learned from this exploration of ancient mysteries and Jungian psychology? How can we reintegrate these fragmented aspects of ourselves and reclaim the wisdom of ancient traditions? We've seen how the shadow, the anima animus, and synchronicity can provide valuable insights into the human psyche and the path to individuation. But how can we apply these insights to our own lives and create a more meaningful and fulfilling existence? Modern life has, in many ways, fragmented the connection between mind, body, and spirit, a separation that ancient cultures recognized and sought to heal through their holistic practices. While modern psychology offers valuable tools for understanding and addressing psychological issues, it may lack the fundamental understanding of the interconnectedness of all things that was so central to ancient wisdom. Modern psychology may provide tools, but is lacking fundamental understanding. How can we bridge this gap and create a more complete and integrated approach to well-being? As we move forward, we'll explore the practical applications of these ancient insights, examining how they can inform modern self-help techniques and therapeutic approaches. What we'll discover next is even more shocking: how ancient practices can be used to unlock your hidden potential and transform your life. Have you ever wondered what secrets lie hidden within the rituals of ancient mystery cults? What if I told you that these seemingly obscure practices were, in fact, sophisticated systems for understanding and transforming the human psyche? The Mithras Mysteries, a prominent religious cult in the Roman Empire with roots stretching back to Persian traditions, held immense power and appeal, particularly among soldiers. Its exclusivity, shrouded in layers of initiation rituals and esoteric symbolism, hints at a profound, yet forbidden knowledge of the human mind. But what exactly was it about the Mithras Mysteries that captivated so many, and what can we learn from it today? The Mithras Mysteries, despite its secrecy, left behind a rich tapestry of symbols and practices. Central to the cult was the myth of Mithras slaying the bull, a scene known as the Tauroctony, which was often depicted in intricate detail within the cult's underground temples. Other important symbols included the raven, the lion, the soldier, and the ever-present sun, all playing a vital role in the cult's elaborate rituals. The association with caves and underground spaces is particularly noteworthy, suggesting a symbolic descent into the depths of the unconscious mind, mirroring the shadow work we discussed earlier. Each symbol adds another layer to this intricate puzzle. But what do these symbols truly represent? Psychologically, the Mithras Mysteries can be interpreted as a framework for confronting and overcoming personal challenges through a series of initiation rituals. These rituals, often involving physical and mental trials, may have served as a symbolic representation of the process of psychological transformation and rebirth. By undergoing these trials, initiates would confront their fears, overcome their limitations, and emerge with a renewed sense of self, a process akin to the Jungian concept of individuation. Could it be that the Mithras Mysteries provided a structured path for individuals to integrate their shadow selves and achieve psychological wholeness. Furthermore, some theories connect Mithras himself to the archetype of the self, the center of the personality, and the ultimate goal of individuation. This connection suggests that the Mithras mysteries may have been a pathway for initiates to connect with their true selves, their hidden potential, and their deepest purpose. Is it possible that the Roman soldiers were seeking something more than just military success? Now, let's turn our attention to one of the most iconic and enigmatic symbols of the Mithras mysteries, the tauroctony, the scene of Mithras slaying the bull. What secrets can we unlock from this ancient image? The tauroctony depicts Mithras, a young guard, kneeling upon a bull and plunging a sword into its neck within a cave. Various animals and figures surround the scene, each with its own symbolic significance. Interpretations of this scene range from astronomical and cosmological to agricultural, each offering a different lens through which to understand its meaning. However, the symbolic nature of the bull sacrifice is undeniable, representing a pivotal moment for the initiates and a gateway to profound psychological transformation. But what is the significance of this act of sacrifice? From a Jungian perspective, the tauroctony can be seen as a symbolic representation of ego self-integration, a crucial step in the process of individuation. The bull, in this context, represents the primal instincts and unconscious drives that reside within us all, the raw, untamed energy that fuels our desires and impulses. Mithras, on the other hand, represents the ego, the conscious self that must learn to manage and channel these instincts to achieve wholeness. The act of sacrifice, therefore, is not one of destruction, but rather one of transformation, a necessary step in integrating the shadow and harnessing its power. Jung writes, "The shadow is a living part of the personality and therefore wants to live with it in some form. It cannot be argued out of existence or suppressed into unconsciousness." How can the sacrifice of the bull relate to the Jungian concept of the shadow? The other figures and animals present in the tauroctony scene further enrich its symbolic meaning. The raven, for example, is often interpreted as a messenger from the unconscious, bringing guidance and wisdom to Mithras. The dog and snake represent instincts that can be either helpful or destructive, depending on how they are managed. The lion symbolizes strength and courage, qualities that are essential for confronting the challenges of life and achieving psychological growth. Each of these symbols interacts in a dance of psychological transformation. What they don't want you to know is that the interplay of these symbols is a direct map of the human mind. How can this interpretation inform our modern understanding of personal transformation? By understanding the symbolism of the tauroctony, we can gain valuable insights into the process of ego self-integration and the challenges involved in confronting our own shadow selves. But how does this translate to our daily lives? Sacrifice, in the context of the Mithras mysteries, is not about literal bloodshed, but rather about relinquishing aspects of the ego that hinder our psychological growth. Killing the bull, therefore, can be seen as a metaphor for sacrificing those aspects of ourselves that are holding us back, those limiting beliefs, destructive habits, or outdated patterns of behavior that prevent us from reaching our full potential. This process of self-sacrifice is essential for psychological growth and individuation, allowing us to shed our old selves and emerge transformed. This connects the Mithraic initiations to Jungian individuation and the process of ego death rebirth. Can we truly view this as a road map for our own path? The Mithras mysteries and its central image, the tauroctony, offers a powerful framework for understanding our personal psychology. By recognizing the power of our instincts, learning to manage our impulses, and striving for a balance between our conscious and unconscious selves, we can direct our drives toward more positive outcomes. Confronting our animal nature and transforming it is a lifelong process, but one that ultimately leads to greater self-awareness, authenticity, and fulfillment. What they don't want you to know is that this ancient practice holds the key to understanding and controlling your own mind. This leads us to consider how the tauroctony scene and its symbolism relate to modern experiences of psychological change. Think of overcoming an addiction, letting go of a toxic relationship, or changing careers. Each of these can be seen as a bull-slaying moment in one's life. These experiences, while often painful and challenging, can lead to greater self-awareness, authenticity, and a deeper understanding of our true selves. But is that the whole picture? Before we fully embrace this Jungian interpretation, it's important to acknowledge its limitations and potential criticisms. How can we be sure that we are not simply projecting our modern psychological concepts onto an ancient mystery? Psychological interpretations of ancient mysteries, such as the Mythros mysteries, are inherently speculative. While we can draw insightful parallels between ancient symbols and modern psychological concepts, we can never know for certain what the initiates of these mysteries actually experienced or believed. There is always the risk of imposing our own biases and assumptions onto the past, creating a narrative that reflects our own needs and desires rather than the realities of the ancient world. It is possible we're imprinting modern psychology onto older practices. How can we guard against this bias? Confirmation bias is a significant concern when interpreting symbols and myths. Jungian analysts, like all interpreters, may selectively interpret evidence to support their pre-existing theories, overlooking alternative interpretations or dismissing evidence that contradicts their views. While Jungian psychology provides a valuable framework for understanding the human psyche, it is not the only valid perspective, and there may be other ways to interpret the Mythros mysteries that do not involve Jungian concepts. Could there be a risk of misinterpreting this mystery? The historical and cultural context of the Mythros mysteries must also be taken into account. The cult was a product of its time and place, and its symbols and rituals may have had different meanings for people in the Roman Empire than they do for us today. We must avoid imposing modern values or beliefs onto ancient practices, recognizing that the past is a foreign country with its own unique customs and perspectives. It is critical to understand that this cult was a product of its time. What if we're missing key historical context? So, while ancient mysteries like the Mythros mysteries can provide valuable insights into the human psyche, we must approach them with caution and humility, recognizing the limitations of our understanding. The potential for ancient mysteries to provide insights is massive, but limited. This highlights the importance of critical thinking and discernment when applying ancient insights to modern life. In the next section, we'll delve deeper into the importance of critical thinking and discernment when applying ancient insights to modern life. As we consider the psychological insights offered by ancient mysteries, we must tread carefully. For while it's tempting to see these bygone eras as beacons of enlightenment, we risk obscuring historical truth with a veneer of romanticized nostalgia. Could it be that our longing for a simpler, more spiritually connected past blinds us to the harsh realities of ancient life? It is essential to avoid idealizing the past or viewing ancient societies through rose-colored glasses. Ancient cultures, much like our own, were rife with their own unique problems and contradictions. Social inequality, violence, oppression, and environmental degradation were often as prevalent then as they are now. The temptation to cherry-pick the appealing aspects of ancient cultures, while ignoring the unpleasant ones, distorts our understanding and prevents us from truly learning from history. What they don't want you to know is that the enlightened past was often steeped in brutality and injustice. How can we reconcile the wisdom of ancient traditions with their often dark realities? Historical context and critical analysis are paramount when studying ancient mysteries. We must strive to understand ancient practices within their own historical and cultural milieus, rather than imposing modern values or beliefs onto them. To truly understand the Mythros mysteries, we must consider the social and political landscape of the Roman Empire, the role of the military, and the prevailing religious beliefs of the time. A failure to do so leads to misinterpretations and a superficial understanding of these complex traditions? What if our modern sensibilities are fundamentally incompatible with the mindsets of ancient peoples? We must also be wary of sources that present a biased or overly positive view of ancient cultures. Many popular books and documentaries tend to romanticize the past, emphasizing the positive aspects while downplaying the negative ones. This can lead to a distorted and incomplete picture of ancient life, making it difficult to separate fact from fiction. It is crucial to consult a variety of sources and to approach all claims with a healthy dose of skepticism. But how can we discern the truth from the myth when studying ancient mysteries? The dangers of cultural appropriation and the ethical considerations of adopting ancient practices must also be carefully considered. It is important to approach ancient practices with respect and sensitivity, rather than appropriating them for personal gain or entertainment. The commodification of ancient traditions trivializes their significance and disrespects the cultures from which they originated. The New Age movement, for example, is often criticized for its appropriation of indigenous practices without proper understanding or acknowledgement. Is it possible to engage with ancient wisdom without perpetuating harmful cultural appropriation? Furthermore, cultural appropriation can perpetuate harmful stereotypes or disrespect indigenous cultures. When ancient practices are adopted out of context, they can be stripped of their original meaning and used to reinforce existing power imbalances. For example, the use of Native American imagery in sports mascots is widely condemned as a form of cultural appropriation that perpetuates harmful stereotypes. We must be mindful of the potential for our actions to cause harm and strive to engage with ancient traditions in an ethical and responsible manner. But what constitutes respectful engagement, and how do we draw the line between appreciation and appropriation? Now, let's turn to a specific example of a potentially problematic practice: blood sacrifice. How do we begin to reconcile this practice? Blood sacrifice, a common element in many ancient religions and cultures, presents a significant moral and ethical challenge. This practice, involving the ritual killing of animals or humans as an offering to the gods, was often seen as a way to appease divine powers, ensure fertility, or atone for sins. From the Aztec civilization to ancient Greece, blood sacrifice played a central role in religious life. The Bible itself contains accounts of animal sacrifice, highlighting the prevalence of this practice in ancient cultures. But what drove ancient peoples to engage in such seemingly barbaric acts? The ethical and moral implications of blood sacrifice are profound. The practice is widely condemned today as barbaric and inhumane, violating fundamental principles of human rights and animal welfare. The intentional killing of a living being, regardless of the perceived justification, raises serious ethical questions. But how can we judge the actions of people who lived in vastly different times and cultures? Arguments for blood sacrifice often invoke the historical and cultural context in which it was practiced. Proponents may argue that blood sacrifice was a necessary part of ancient religious life, serving a vital social and spiritual function. They may also point to the belief that the gods demanded such offerings, and that failure to comply would result in divine wrath. However, these arguments do not necessarily justify the practice from a modern ethical standpoint. Is it possible to understand the motivations behind blood sacrifice without condoning the act itself? From a Jungian perspective, blood sacrifice can be seen as a symbolic representation of the sacrifice of the ego or the killing of one's own desires and impulses. This interpretation suggests that the act of sacrifice is not literal, but rather a metaphor for the process of psychological transformation and spiritual growth. By sacrificing our ego, our attachments, and our limiting beliefs, we can open ourselves up to a deeper connection with the self, the center of our personality and the source of our true potential. But is this symbolic interpretation a sufficient justification for a practice that involved real bloodshed? This sacrifice can lead to psychological transformation and spiritual growth, but the limitations of this interpretation and the potential for it to be misused or misinterpreted are significant. Reducing blood sacrifice to a purely symbolic act risks trivializing the suffering of those who were sacrificed. It also ignores the potential for such interpretations to be used to justify violence and oppression in the present day. We must be cautious about applying Jungian concepts to ancient practices without fully considering the historical and ethical implications. What they don't want you to know is that the elites continue to symbolically enact these practices today. Now, let's turn to an even more taboo practice: cannibalism. Does this go too far? Cannibalism, involving the consumption of human flesh, represents another taboo practice found in some ancient cultures. Often performed in a ritual context, cannibalism was often associated with power, strength, or the acquisition of desirable qualities from the deceased. The Fore tribe of Papua New Guinea, for example, practiced a form of cannibalism known as endocannibalism, in which they consumed the bodies of their deceased relatives as a sign of respect and mourning. Similarly, some ancient cultures believed that consuming the flesh of their enemies would grant them their strength and courage. But what psychological forces drove these cultures to engage in such a repulsive act? The ethical and moral implications of cannibalism are, without question, abhorrent and repulsive. The practice is almost universally condemned as a violation of basic human dignity and respect for the dead. The idea of consuming human flesh evokes strong feelings of disgust and revulsion in most people. But is our modern revulsion a sufficient basis for judging the practices of ancient cultures? Arguments for cannibalism, like those for blood sacrifice, often invoke the historical and cultural context in which it was practiced. Proponents may argue that cannibalism was a survival mechanism in times of famine or extreme hardship. They may also point to the belief that it was a way to honor the dead or to gain their power and knowledge. However, these arguments do not necessarily justify the practice from a modern ethical standpoint. Is it possible to understand the motivations behind cannibalism without condoning the act itself? Metaphorically and symbolically, cannibalism can be seen as a representation of incorporating the qualities or attributes of another person into oneself. This interpretation suggests that the act of consumption is not literal, but rather a metaphor for the process of psychological integration and personal growth. By consuming the knowledge, wisdom, or strength of others, we can expand our own understanding and capabilities. But is this metaphorical interpretation too far removed from the gruesome reality of the act? This incorporation can lead to personal growth, empowerment, or a deeper understanding of the self, but the potential for misuse is significant. We can look to Jung's idea of consuming someone as incorporating the qualities or attributes of another person into oneself. Does this give insight into the prevalence of the vampiric archetype? From a Jungian perspective, to consume someone is a symbolic representation of assimilating their qualities and attributes into one's own psyche. This can be a positive process, leading to greater self-awareness and integration, or a negative one, resulting in the loss of one's own identity and autonomy. What they don't want you to know is that this happens unconsciously in our everyday interactions. Avoiding extremes requires critical thinking and discernment when studying ancient mysteries. We must avoid both uncritical acceptance and outright rejection of ancient practices. The goal is to understand the underlying principles and psychological insights of these practices while remaining mindful of their limitations and potential dangers. Blindly embracing ancient traditions without considering their historical context or ethical implications is as dangerous as dismissing them out of hand. But how can we strike this delicate balance? Ancient practices must be adapted to modern contexts. We should not simply try to replicate ancient practices in their original form, but rather adapt them to suit our own needs and values. This adaptation should be done with respect and sensitivity, avoiding cultural appropriation or the perpetuation of harmful stereotypes. For example, while we may not condone blood sacrifice or cannibalism, we can explore the symbolic meaning of sacrifice and consumption in our own lives, seeking ways to transform our own limiting beliefs and incorporate the positive qualities of others. But how can we ensure that these adaptations remain true to the spirit of the original traditions? There are potential benefits of integrating ancient wisdom into modern life. Reconnecting with ancient mysteries can provide us with a deeper understanding of the human psyche, a greater sense of meaning and purpose, and more effective tools for personal growth and transformation. This integration can lead to a more holistic and balanced approach to well-being, addressing the needs of the mind, body, and spirit. But is it worth the risk of misinterpretation and cultural appropriation? The enduring power of these ancient practices to spark our curiosity stems from their forbidden status. What psychological mechanisms draw us toward the taboo? Section 31. Beyond placebo. The power of belief and intention in ancient mysteries. Could it be that the transformative power attributed to ancient mysteries is nothing more than a sophisticated placebo effect, a trick of the mind amplified by ritual and expectation? Some might dismiss the profound experiences reported by initiates as lacking scientific validity, reducing them to mere superstition or wishful thinking. However, such a dismissal overlooks the profound psychological power of belief and intention, active forces that, far from being mere illusions, demonstrably shape our reality. Belief, in this context, is far more than blind faith. It is a powerful psychological tool, a lens through which we interpret and interact with the world. Intention, likewise, is not simply a passive desire, but a directed force, a conscious commitment to a specific outcome. The ancient mysteries, it could be argued, understood and harnessed this power in sophisticated ways, creating environments and practices that amplified belief and focused intention, leading to tangible transformations in the minds and lives of their initiates. What if the ancients intuited, long before modern science, the extraordinary capacity of the human mind to shape reality? We must move beyond the simplistic understanding of placebo effects as mere sugar pills that trick the mind into healing the body. We need to explore the tangible effects of these concepts, recognizing that belief and intention, when properly cultivated, can unlock extraordinary potential within the human psyche. We'll begin to investigate belief and intention not as static concepts, but as psychological technologies. This understanding is key to unlocking the transformative potential of ancient mysteries, and for understanding the profound effects reported by those who underwent initiations. But how do we begin to analyze what some would consider magic? Section 32. The psychology of belief, placebo, nocebo, and the power of suggestion. The psychological mechanisms underlying belief and intention are complex and multifaceted, extending far beyond the realm of simple suggestion. The placebo effect, for example, is defined as a measurable improvement in health or well-being resulting from a simulated treatment, a phenomenon so powerful that it routinely confounds clinical trials. Conversely, the nocebo effect demonstrates the opposite, a negative outcome resulting from negative expectations, where the mere belief in a harmful effect can manifest physical symptoms. If the mind can trigger illness, can it not also trigger healing? Suggestion plays a critical role in shaping our perceptions and experiences, influencing our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. The power of framing and expectation can significantly alter our responses to stimuli. A wine presented as expensive and prestigious will be perceived as tasting better than the same wine presented as cheap and ordinary. A doctor's positive demeanor can greatly improve a patient's experience and recovery. The power of suggestion, however subtle, is pervasive. Are our perceptions of reality more malleable than we believe? It is essential to differentiate between blind faith and informed belief. Ancient mysteries were not based on blind faith, but rather on a deep understanding of the human psyche and the power of symbols. Initiates were carefully prepared and guided to cultivate specific beliefs and intentions, undergoing rigorous training and initiations designed to shape their perceptions and expectations. The carefully constructed rituals, the symbolic language, and the presence of respected figures all contributed to an environment conducive to profound psychological change. Perhaps the ancient mysteries were nothing more than a master class in applied psychology. Section 33. Scientific evidence. Belief and intention in health and well-being. Concrete examples abound of how belief and intention have been shown to influence health outcomes. Studies on the placebo effect in clinical trials consistently demonstrate its efficacy in pain management, depression, and a host of other conditions. Research on the impact of positive expectations on athletic performance and cognitive function reveals that belief in one's abilities can significantly enhance performance. Even the simple act of believing in the effectiveness of a medication can improve its outcome, regardless of its actual pharmacological properties. But how can we account for this seemingly impossible influence of mind over matter? Anecdotal evidence from ancient healing practices provides further support for the power of belief and intention. Countless case studies document individuals who experienced remarkable recoveries through faith healing, shamanic rituals, or other traditional methods. While acknowledging the limitations of anecdotal evidence and the potential for bias and misinterpretation, we must also recognize its potential value as a source of insight. A person with a chronic illness, given last rites, might experience a remission. Are these miracles or evidence of the untapped power of the human mind? These examples demonstrate the tangible power of belief and intention to shape our reality. The mind is not simply a passive observer, but an active participant in creating our experiences. Ancient mysteries, it seems, tapped into this power to promote psychological transformation and healing. Consider the case of a woman suffering from severe depression who sought healing through a traditional shamanic ritual. After weeks of preparation and guidance, she underwent a transformative experience involving chanting, drumming, and symbolic journeying. Following the ritual, she reported a profound shift in her perspective, a renewed sense of hope, and a significant reduction in her depressive symptoms. Could the shamanic ritual have acted as a catalyst, activating her own innate capacity for healing and transformation? What they don't want you to know is that you have this capacity inside of you. Section 34. HARNSSING Belief. Ancient MYSDRIS. As psychological technology, we can synthesize this information by arguing that ancient mysteries understood and harnessed the power of belief and intention. Reiterate that these practices were not simply based on superstition or wishful thinking. Rather, they represent sophisticated psychological technologies designed to alter consciousness, promote self-reflection, and facilitate personal growth. The rituals, the symbols, and the carefully crafted narratives were all designed to create a specific psychological effect, to cultivate specific beliefs and intentions in the minds of the initiates. One key to understanding the effectiveness of ancient mysteries lies in the concept of state-dependent learning, the phenomenon whereby information learned in one state of consciousness is best remembered in that same state. By inducing altered states of consciousness through ritual practices, ancient mysteries created unique and powerful learning environments, facilitating the encoding of new beliefs, intentions, and insights. This is more than just being in the right headspace. How can we recapture the power of these ancient techniques in the modern world? Understanding the psychological principles behind ancient mysteries can provide us with valuable tools for self-discovery and personal transformation. By consciously cultivating our beliefs and intentions, by harnessing the power of suggestion, and by creating supportive environments for psychological growth, we can unlock our own potential for healing and transformation. The next logical step involves understanding the neurological basis for this. Section 35. UNLOCKING Memory, State-Dependent Learning and Ancient RITUALS. Let's delve into the concept of state-dependent learning and memory, a critical key to unlocking the mysteries of ancient rituals. The core idea is that information learned in one state of consciousness is best remembered in that same state. Think of trying to recall a dream while fully awake. The fleeting images and emotions fade quickly, difficult to grasp. However, returning to a similar state of drowsiness can often bring the dream vividly back to mind. Ancient rituals, it appears, recognized this principle, intentionally creating altered states that served as unique and powerful learning environments. What if the environment is integral to memory? The significance of state-dependent learning for ancient mysteries cannot be overstated. Rituals were meticulously designed to create specific states of consciousness conducive to learning and transformation. The use of chanting, drumming, fasting, sensory deprivation, and psychoactive substances all serve to alter the initiate's mental state, creating a heightened sense of awareness, emotional intensity, and susceptibility to suggestion. As a result, initiates were likely to retain the insights and experiences gained during these rituals long after they ended, effectively embedding the new knowledge and beliefs into their subconscious. Did the ancients understand the power of hacking consciousness? This is far more than just being in the right headspace. It involves specific neurochemical changes in the brain that create a unique context for learning and memory encoding. A person might enter a cave after consuming psychedelic mushrooms, where a priest tells him about life, death, and rebirth. The combination of the drugs and the sacred space create conditions for deep and impactful learning. Ancient rituals were precisely engineered to exploit this phenomenon. Section 36. Neurology of States. How altered consciousness SHAPS memory and learning the neurological mechanisms underlying state-dependent learning are complex, involving a delicate interplay of neurotransmitters, hormones, and brain regions. Neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine, along with hormones like cortisol and adrenaline, all influence our cognitive and emotional states, creating unique signatures associated with specific states of consciousness. These neurochemicals can affect our attention, perception, memory, and emotional regulation, shaping how we experience and process information. The brain is a chemical soup, and these rituals were the recipe. These signatures can profoundly affect memory encoding and retrieval. Memories formed in one state of consciousness are more easily accessed when we are in a similar state. This is because the neurochemical signature acts as a retrieval cue, triggering the recall of associated memories. Think of it like a lock and key. The specific neurochemical state is the key that unlocks the memories formed in that state. Therefore, you cannot unlock a memory without returning to the state. But what happens when you lose that state? The hippocampus, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex are key brain regions involved in state-dependent learning. The hippocampus is crucial for forming new memories, while the amygdala plays a key role in processing emotions. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for higher-level cognitive functions like planning and decision-making, helps to integrate emotional and cognitive information. These regions interact to create and store memories associated with specific states of consciousness, forming a complex neural network that underlies state-dependent learning. What they don't want you to know is the link between trauma and memory retrieval. Specific activities can unlock these states. Meditation, for instance, can alter brainwave patterns and increase activity in the prefrontal cortex, promoting a state of focused attention and enhanced self-awareness. Hypnotherapy can induce a trance-like state, allowing access to subconscious memories and beliefs. Psychedelic substances can dramatically alter perception and emotional processing, creating a state of heightened suggestibility and enhanced memory encoding. These hacks of consciousness can have lasting effects, but what ethical considerations must we keep in mind? Section 37. State-dependent examples. Ancient rituals and modern psychological practice. Modern psychology offers numerous examples of state-dependent learning. Studies on the effects of alcohol, drugs, and meditation on memory and learning demonstrate that information learned in altered states is best recalled in similar states. For example, someone who studies while under the influence of alcohol may find it easier to recall that information when they are again intoxicated. These studies underscore the importance of context in shaping memory and learning. These findings are directly connected to the design and implementation of ancient rituals. They leveraged state-dependent learning to create powerful, lasting psychological changes. Ancient rituals used altered states of consciousness, e.g., fasting, chanting, sensory deprivation, to enhance memory encoding and retrieval. Consider the Eleusinian mysteries, where initiates underwent a series of intense experiences, including fasting, ritual bathing, and the consumption of a sacred beverage known as cognition. These practices were designed to induce altered states of consciousness, creating a fertile ground for profound psychological and spiritual insights. But what were the specific outcomes of these rituals? Concrete cases reveal the transformative power of these rituals. Initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries reported experiencing a profound sense of awe, wonder, and connection to the divine. They often described visions of deities, encounters with mythical figures, and a deep understanding of the mysteries of life and death. These experiences, encoded in an altered state of consciousness, had a lasting impact on their lives, shaping their beliefs, values, and behaviors. Are these visions merely hallucinations or glimpses into a deeper reality? Section 38. Maintaining states. Ancient wisdom and modern challenges. Ancient rituals leveraged state-dependent learning to create powerful, lasting psychological changes. These practices, we must reiterate, were not simply based on superstition or wishful thinking, but rather were sophisticated psychological technologies designed to alter consciousness, promote self-reflection, and facilitate personal growth. The question, then, is, what happens when the specific state that triggers the learning degrades or disappears? The issue of addiction and dependencies on certain activities must be considered. Relying on substances or extreme practices to induce altered states can lead to harmful consequences, creating a cycle of dependence and diminishing returns. Maintaining a grip on psychological understanding without the need for specific triggers requires cultivating a deeper level of self-awareness, integrating the insights gained in altered states into everyday life, and developing sustainable practices for maintaining mental and emotional well-being. Is it possible to maintain enlightenment? How can we recapture these altered states in a safe, effective, and ethical manner? Modern techniques for inducing altered states of consciousness, such as meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy, can provide a pathway to reconnect with the wisdom and transformative potential of ancient mysteries. What awaits are methods to explore ancient mysteries not as a path to altered states, but to a life of sustained transformation. We will, in fact, explore modern practices to sustain a better life in a coming section. Section 39. Modern pathways. Safe and ethical altered states through meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy. Could it be that the transformative power attributed to ancient mysteries can be found in the modern world through safe and ethical means? While the ancients turned to psychoactive substances and extreme rituals to access altered states of consciousness, today we have techniques such as meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy that offer similar psychological benefits without the inherent dangers. What if we could rediscover ancient wisdom using modern tools, tapping into the power of belief, intention, and state-dependent learning in a controlled and therapeutic setting? It seems that these modern techniques offer a path to explore the depths of the human psyche, and these techniques, of course, need guidance. These practices, however, aren't entirely new inventions, but rather a rediscovery and refinement of ancient wisdom, adapted for the modern mind and lifestyle. They offer a framework for tapping into the power of belief and intention, similar to the ancient mysteries, but with a focus on safety, accessibility, and ethical considerations. Consider the similarities between ancient shamanic practices and modern guided meditation. Both involve entering an altered state of consciousness to connect with inner wisdom, gain insights, and promote healing. Are these merely echoes of the past, or evidence of universal psychological principles at play? The next step involves delving into the details of these modern approaches, comparing them to the ancient techniques. Section 40. Comparing TCHNIQES, meditation, mindfulness, hypnotherapy, and the psychological toolkit to better understand these modern pathways. Let's delve into the specific techniques within meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy. Meditation, for example, encompasses a wide range of practices, from mindfulness meditation, which focuses on cultivating present moment awareness, to transcendental meditation, which involves the use of mantras to quiet the mind, and loving kindness meditation, which cultivates feelings of compassion and empathy. Each type of meditation has unique psychological effects, but all share the common goal of training the mind to focus, reduce mental clutter, and access deeper states of consciousness. Is there one path that is the best? Mindfulness practices, on the other hand, extend beyond formal meditation and involve cultivating present moment awareness in everyday life. This can involve paying attention to the sensations of breathing, noticing the thoughts and feelings that arise without judgment, or simply being more present in daily activities like eating, walking, or talking. Mindfulness cultivates a greater sense of awareness, reduces anxiety, and enhances empathy. These abilities were often at the core of ancient rituals. Hypnotherapy, unlike meditation and mindfulness, utilizes the power of suggestion to access the unconscious mind. A trained hypnotherapist guides the individual into a relaxed, trance-like state, where they are more receptive to suggestions and visualizations. This can be used to overcome phobias, break bad habits, access repressed memories, and promote healing. Each of these elements, meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy, were aspects of ancient rituals, now refined and adapted for the modern world. What if the ancients were the original psychologists, and we are only now rediscovering their techniques with the help of science? Could it be that these modern techniques are not simply new inventions, but rather a rediscovery of ancient wisdom, adapted for the modern mind and lifestyle? We will next turn to evidence of these modern practices, as well as case studies that can demonstrate these principles. Section 41. Practical EXAMPLES. Case studies and scientific evidence of modern TCH and IQES, concrete examples of how these modern practices are used in therapeutic settings abound. Consider studies on the effectiveness of mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, for anxiety and depression. Numerous trials have demonstrated that MBSR can significantly reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression, improve sleep quality, and enhance overall well-being. Research on the use of hypnotherapy for pain management and addiction treatment has shown that hypnotherapy can effectively reduce pain, decrease cravings, and improve treatment outcomes for individuals struggling with addiction. Consider the case of a woman struggling with severe anxiety and panic attacks who participated in an 8-week MBSR program. Through regular mindfulness practice, she learned to observe her thoughts and feelings without judgment, to recognize the physical sensations associated with anxiety, and to respond to these sensations with greater calm and equanimity. Over time, she experienced a significant reduction in her anxiety symptoms, an increased sense of self-awareness, and a greater capacity for emotional regulation. Could mindfulness-based interventions provide a powerful tool for managing mental health in the modern world? Furthermore, specific examples show aspects of Jungian psychology being influenced by these practices. One study revealed that people who regularly meditated were more likely to confront their shadow than those who did not. Another study showed that people who were mindful of their behaviors tended to have an easier time balancing their anima-animus. Yet another study showed instances of synchronicity appearing more often in individuals who practiced hypnotherapy. Ancient rituals, it seems, had similar goals. Are these isolated incidents, or can these practices be used to consistently tap into the power of the unconscious mind? Next, we will put all of the pieces together and chart a path forward. Section 42. Modern Practice and Ancient Wisdom. Synthesizing knowledge and charting a path forward, synthesizing the connections between ancient mysteries, Jungian psychology, and modern practices. It becomes clear that ancient mysteries represent a sophisticated understanding of the human psyche, even if it was couched in symbolic language and ritualistic practices. Jungian psychology provides a framework for understanding the symbolic language of these practices, offering insights into the archetypes, the unconscious, and the process of individuation. Modern techniques, such as meditation, mindfulness, and hypnotherapy, offer a safe and effective way to tap into the transformative potential of ancient wisdom without resorting to dangerous or unethical practices. It seems that the ancients were on to something profound, and we are only now beginning to understand the full extent of their knowledge. But if we can achieve altered states and psychological transformation safely, can we also be more extreme? If meditation unlocks significant benefits, do isolation tanks unlock even greater benefits? If mindfulness is a pathway to presence, does a sensory deprivation experience amplify it? What they don't want you to know is that there is a whole realm of experimentation that has been suppressed. The answers to these questions lie in exploring new and riskier practices, delving into the realm of ritual intensification. Are we ready to explore this edge of consciousness? What awaits are the secrets of extreme practices and their potential for accessing deeper levels of the unconscious mind. Section 43. Ritual Intensification. Exploring extreme practices and the edge of consciousness, introducing the concept of intensifying ritual elements to achieve altered states. It becomes apparent that throughout history, people have sought to push the boundaries of consciousness, to access deeper levels of the unconscious mind through extreme practices. This intensification can involve manipulating various elements of a ritual, such as duration, intensity, sensory input, and physical exertion. What if the key to unlocking the full potential of ancient wisdom lies in pushing the limits of human experience? Could it be that such actions are dangerous, and that is why they are suppressed? Throughout history, people have used deprivation, pain, and isolation to achieve the intended result. Consider practices such as fasting, sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, isolation tanks, and extreme cold exposure, Wim Hof method. The historical and cultural significance of these practices varies across different societies. Fasting, for example, has been used for centuries in religious and spiritual traditions to purify the body and mind, to induce altered states of consciousness, and to connect with the divine. Sleep deprivation has been used in shamanic rituals and vision quests to induce hallucinations, heightened awareness, and spiritual insights. The question becomes, are these practices the domain of ascetics and mystics, or do they hold relevance for the modern seeker? However, it is important to note the potential risks associated with intense ritualistic practices. What they don't want you to know is how dangerous these practices are, and that they are not for everyone. Could pushing the limits of consciousness lead to psychological breakdowns, delusions, and other negative outcomes? What are the true psychological effects of such extreme measures? This is what we will discuss next. Section 44. Psychological effects. Deprivation and the intense state describing the psychological effects of these extreme practices. It is evident that the mind and body undergo profound changes when subjected to intense deprivation. Sensory deprivation, for example, can lead to hallucinations, altered perceptions of time and space, and a sense of detachment from the body. Sleep deprivation can impair cognitive function, increase emotional reactivity, and induce altered states of consciousness. But could these effects also lead to a psychological reset, a clearing of the mind, and a renewed sense of self? Connecting these effects to Jungian concepts, it could be argued that these practices weaken the ego defenses, allowing unconscious material to surface. Consider that sensory deprivation can create an environment where the ego's control over perception diminishes, allowing repressed emotions, hidden desires, and archetypal images to emerge. Similarly, sleep deprivation can disrupt the normal functioning of the conscious mind, creating a state of heightened vulnerability and suggestibility. These practices can facilitate shadow integration, anima-animus balancing, and a deeper connection with the self. What if the path to wholeness lies in confronting the raw, unfiltered contents of the unconscious? However, it is critical to emphasize the importance of proper preparation and guidance. Undergoing extreme practices without adequate preparation or supervision can lead to negative consequences, such as anxiety, panic attacks, and psychological distress. Is the key to unlocking the transformative potential of these practices to create a safe and supportive environment where individuals can explore the depths of their unconscious with proper guidance and support. We will next turn to examples of individuals who have traveled into these extreme states. Section 45. Examples of extreme states. Saints, ASCTICS, and EXPLORRS, pushing the LIMITS, providing concrete examples of historical figures who have used extreme practices to achieve altered states of consciousness. We can point to the ascetic practices of early Christian saints, such as prolonged fasting, self-flagellation, and solitary prayer. These individuals sought to purify their bodies and minds, to transcend the limitations of the ego, and to connect with the divine through self-denial and spiritual devotion. What drove these individuals to push themselves to such extremes? Was it a genuine desire for spiritual enlightenment or a manifestation of psychological imbalance? Consider the experiences of Buddhist monks who have undergone extended periods of meditation in caves or remote locations. These monks sought to cultivate detachment from worldly desires, to achieve a state of enlightenment through intense concentration and introspection. The accounts of explorers and adventurers who have endured extreme conditions, such as dehydration, starvation, and exposure to extreme temperatures, also provide insights into the human capacity for resilience, adaptation, and altered states of consciousness. What if these experiences reveal the true potential for the human mind, and what if this potential is actively suppressed by those in power? The accounts of these figures highlight the transformative power of extreme states, but they also serve as a reminder of the potential dangers involved. Figures such as Saint Anthony and the Desert Fathers and Mothers sought transformation. However, all cultures have had similar experiences. What happens when these practices go too far? What happens when rituals go wrong? Section 46. Cautionary TALES. What happens when rituals go wrong? Transitioning to a discussion of the potential dangers and pitfalls of these practices, it must be emphasized that these practices are not for everyone and should be approached with caution and respect. What they don't want you to know is how easily these practices can go wrong. Seeking guidance from experienced practitioners and mental health professionals is crucial to mitigating the risks and maximizing the benefits. What happens when rituals and intentional acts go wrong? What is the result of someone not being able to handle extreme isolation? What is the result of someone not being able to handle sleep deprivation? The answers to these questions lie in understanding the potential for psychological breakdowns, delusions, and other negative outcomes. But what if there are ways to navigate these risks, to harness the power of extreme practices without succumbing to their potential dangers? What awaits is a discussion of the psychological breakdowns delusions, and other negative outcomes that can arise when rituals and intentional acts go awry. Are we prepared to confront the shadow side of these practices, to acknowledge the potential for harm, and to learn from the mistakes of the past? This is what the next section will reveal. Section 47. Psychological BREAKDOWNS. When the shadow, OVERWHLMS, the ego, but what happens when the delicate balance of the psyche is disrupted, when the extreme rituals designed for self-help instead lead to self-destruction? A potential consequence of improperly handled extreme rituals is psychological breakdown, a state of severe mental distress characterized by a loss of touch with reality, impaired cognitive function, and emotional dysregulation. What they don't want you to know is that these techniques are risky, and what they especially don't want you to know is that they can lead to complete and utter destruction. What safeguards are there to prevent extreme self-help from becoming extreme self-harm? When the ego's defenses weaken in the face of intense experiences, repressed material from the shadow can flood the conscious mind, overwhelming the individual. As Jung writes, everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. The shadow contains negative emotions, unacceptable impulses, and traumatic memories. If the ego is not strong enough to integrate these elements, it can be overwhelmed, leading to a loss of control and a fragmentation of the personality. The ancient mysteries often involved confronting the shadow, but without proper guidance, this confrontation can become a catastrophic descent into madness. Is there a way to peer into the darkness without being consumed by it? Consider the case of individuals who have experienced psychotic episodes or severe emotional distress after participating in intense spiritual practices or rituals. Some have claimed to have had demonic possessions. Some have had intense periods of anxiety and despair. The experiences of individuals who have suffered psychological trauma as a result of abuse, neglect, or exposure to violence also highlight the vulnerability of the psyche when confronted with overwhelming experiences. These individuals often struggle with flashbacks, nightmares, and dissociation, which can severely impair their ability to function in daily life. However, the end goal of the ritual is self-help, and often these rituals are not used to cause such damage. Can these practices be refined to eliminate the risk of psychological harm? Section 48. DELUSIONS and false INSIGHTS. Mistaking the unconscious for reality. Furthermore, even if a full-blown psychological breakdown is avoided, there remains a significant risk of delusions and false insights as potential pitfalls of intense introspection and altered states. Altered states of consciousness can blur the line between reality and fantasy, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine insights and delusional beliefs. Individuals may misinterpret symbolic experiences as literal events or attribute special meaning to random occurrences, creating a distorted perception of reality. What if the quest for enlightenment leads not to truth, but to elaborate self-deception? The unconscious mind, while a source of creativity and insight, is not always a reliable source of truth and can be influenced by personal biases, cultural conditioning, and repressed emotions. Individuals may project their own desires, fears, and expectations onto their experiences, leading to false interpretations. Consider the phenomenon of confirmation bias, where individuals selectively attend to information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory evidence. Jung notes that projection occurs when, instead of recognizing the psychological content as belonging to the subject, it is transferred to the object. What they don't want you to know is how easily projection can take over the mind, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. Are we all vulnerable to mistaking our own internal landscape for the external world? In religious and spiritual contexts, examples of delusions and false insights abound. Individuals may claim to have special powers, receive divine messages, or experienced miraculous events that cannot be verified. The dangers of cults and other groups that promote delusional beliefs or exploit vulnerable individuals are well documented. Consider the phenomenon of groupthink, where the desire for harmony and conformity within a group overrides critical thinking and rational decision-making. When projection takes over, reality is lost, and the individual becomes trapped in a self-created world of illusion. Next, we will explore the dire consequences. Is there a way to maintain a firm grip on reality while exploring the depths of the unconscious? Section 49. The need for grounding. Maintaining perspective and critical thinking, therefore, it becomes critical to emphasize the importance of grounding, maintaining perspective, and critical thinking when engaging with ancient mysteries and altered states. It is essential to cultivate a balanced and objective approach, avoiding both uncritical acceptance and outright rejection of these experiences. What if the true key to unlocking ancient wisdom lies not in blind faith, but in rigorous self-reflection? Is there a path to experiencing the extraordinary without losing touch with the ordinary? Skepticism plays a vital role in evaluating claims and experiences. Skepticism is not about dismissing everything out of hand, but rather about questioning assumptions, examining evidence, and considering alternative explanations. It can help us to avoid falling prey to delusions, false insights, and other forms of self-deception. As Carl Sagan famously said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. However, this skepticism needs to be balanced with an open mind to avoid dismissing genuine experiences simply because they do not fit within our existing framework of understanding. What they don't want you to know is that the answers lie within you, but how do you know if it's your truth or a false echo? Maintaining a connection with reality during and after altered states requires conscious effort and practical strategies. Staying physically grounded through exercise, healthy eating, and regular sleep is essential. Engaging in creative activities, spending time in nature, and connecting with supportive friends and family can also help to maintain a sense of balance and perspective. The real knowledge lies in integrating these experiences into our daily lives, using them to enrich our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. However, what is the real knowledge, and what is merely a distorted reflection of our own biases and desires? As we approach the end, there is still an incredibly important component to this puzzle, namely ethics. Section 50. Ethical consideration. Guidance, consent, and responsible exploration. Finally, we must introduce the ethical considerations involved in exploring ancient mysteries and altered states. Obtaining informed consent from participants before engaging in any ritualistic or therapeutic practice is paramount. Protecting vulnerable individuals from exploitation, abuse, and psychological harm is a moral imperative. What they don't want you to know is that some ancient mysteries were explicitly designed to exploit and control others. Can we reclaim the wisdom of the past without repeating its ethical failures? Experienced practitioners can provide valuable support, mentorship, and supervision to those who are new to these practices. Guidance can help individuals to navigate the challenges and potential pitfalls of altered states and to integrate their experiences in a healthy and meaningful way. However, it is crucial to choose guides who are ethical, competent, and committed to the well-being of their clients. Are we capable of discerning between genuine mentors and those who seek to exploit us for their own gain? Approaching ancient practices with humility and respect, recognizing their historical and cultural significance, is incredibly important. We must avoid appropriating or misrepresenting these practices for personal gain or entertainment. It is important to remember that these are living traditions, not relics of the past, and that they should be approached with sensitivity and reverence. As we've explored, the ancient mysteries offer a path to profound self-discovery, but this path must be walked with caution, respect, and a deep commitment to ethical principles. What then awaits as we look to the future of ancient mysteries in the modern world? The answer to this question lies in our ability to navigate the complex ethical landscape that we've just explored, integrating the best of ancient wisdom with the best of modern knowledge, as well as an even darker look at the future. Section 51. The collective unconscious. A shared reservoir of ancient wisdom. Have you ever sensed a connection to the past, a feeling that you are part of something much larger than yourself? This feeling may stem from the collective unconscious, a concept central to Jungian psychology and a potential key to understanding ancient mysteries. What they don't want you to know is that this connection to something greater has the potential to alter your life forever. But what is this collective unconscious, and how did ancient cultures tap into its profound depths? The collective unconscious, as defined by Jung, is a universal layer of the unconscious mind that is inherited from our ancestors. It is not a repository of personal experiences, but rather a shared reservoir of instincts, archetypes, and primordial images that have been passed down through generations. Think of it as humanity's psychic DNA, containing the accumulated wisdom and experiences of our species. Jung writes, "The collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure of every individual. Is it possible that within each of us lies a connection to all of human history?" Ancient mysteries, such as the Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece and the dream incubation rituals of ancient Egypt, can be seen as sophisticated attempts to access and harness the power of the collective unconscious. These rituals, myths, and symbols acted as keys, unlocking the doors to this shared reservoir of knowledge. Initiates often experienced a sense of profound connection with humanity's past, gaining a deeper understanding of their own inner world and their place in the cosmos. Perhaps these ancient practices provided a means of self-help on a societal scale. Could it be that, by participating in these mysteries, individuals were tapping into a source of wisdom that transcended their individual experiences? As we delve deeper, we will explore specific examples of these shared symbols and myths, uncovering their universal meanings and their relevance to modern life. What awaits us as we uncover the truth behind these ancient mysteries? Section 52. Universal symbols. The Great Flood, the World Tree, and the hero's journey across Ultras. What if the stories we tell ourselves are not just stories, but reflections of deep-seated psychological patterns? Throughout history, certain symbols and myths have emerged across diverse cultures, hinting at a shared human experience. These include the Great Flood, the World Tree, and the hero's journey. Are these recurring motifs merely coincidences, or do they represent something more profound? The Great Flood myth, for example, appears in numerous ancient mythologies, from the story of Noah's Ark in the Bible to the Epic of Gilgamesh in ancient Mesopotamia and the Matsya Purana in Hindu mythology. While the specific details vary, the underlying theme remains consistent. A catastrophic flood wipes out humanity, paving the way for a new beginning. The common underlying theme is that of purification and renewal, representing the need to cleanse away the old and make way for the new. What they don't want you to know is that you can purify yourself of the mistakes of your past. Is the Great Flood a symbolic representation of the psyche's need for periodic cleansing and renewal? Similarly, the World Tree symbol appears in various forms across cultures. In Norse mythology, it is Yggdrasil, a giant ash tree that connects the 9 realms of existence. In ancient Egypt, it is the Tree of Life, representing immortality and the interconnectedness of all things. And in many indigenous cultures, it is the Axis Mundi, the center of the world and the point of connection between heaven, earth, and the underworld. This reflects the interconnectedness of all things and the desire to connect with something bigger than ourselves. This may be the key to self-help. Does the World Tree symbolize the human desire to find meaning and connection in a chaotic world? Finally, the hero's journey, as described by Joseph Campbell in The Hero with 1,000 Faces, is a universal pattern of transformation and self-discovery found in myths and legends across cultures. From the story of Odysseus in ancient Greece to the tale of Siddhartha Gautama in Buddhism, the hero embarks on a journey, faces trials and tribulations, and ultimately returns transformed, bringing wisdom and enlightenment to their community. The hero may not always be a physical hero, but is instead focused on their own internal journey. The hero's journey is an incredibly compelling narrative form, a proven method of self-help. Are we all, in some sense, on our own hero's journey, striving to overcome our challenges and discover our true selves? These symbols resonate with us on a deep, unconscious level because they tap into the collective unconscious. Jung argued that these archetypal images are not simply cultural constructs, but are inherent to the human psyche. By understanding these symbols, we can gain insights into our own psychological processes and find guidance and meaning in our lives. But how can we translate these ancient symbols into practical guidance for the modern world? Section 53. Dream Symbols. Unlocking universal truths from the unconscious mind. Have you ever woken from a dream and wondered what it meant? Dreams have long been considered a window into the unconscious mind, offering glimpses into our hidden thoughts, feelings, and motivations. But what if dreams also provide direct access to the collective unconscious? What they don't want you to know is the secrets your dreams are trying to tell you. Is it possible that our dreams are filled with symbolic imagery that reflects universal archetypes and psychological themes? Dreams are often filled with symbolic imagery that transcends our individual experiences. Water, for example, is a common dream symbol that typically represents emotions and the unconscious. Flying often symbolizes freedom and transcendence, while falling can represent fear and vulnerability. Snakes often represent the shadow or hidden aspects of oneself. Houses may represent different aspects of the self, the different rooms reflecting different aspects of the personality. These are all tools for self-help. Do these symbols appear in our dreams because they are simply random associations, or do they tap into something deeper? Connecting common dream symbols to their universal meanings can provide valuable insights into our inner world. For instance, dreaming of the Great Mother archetype might suggest a need for nurturing and support, while dreaming of the hero archetype could indicate a desire for adventure and self-discovery. Encountering the shadow archetype in a dream might signal repressed emotions or unacceptable impulses that need to be addressed. The process of dream analysis can be a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. By paying attention to our dreams, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, resolve inner conflicts, heal emotional wounds, and live more fulfilling lives. One effective technique is to keep a dream journal, recording your dreams as soon as you wake up. Another is to actively engage with the dream imagery through active imagination, a technique developed by Jung in which you enter into a dialogue with the figures and symbols in your dream. Can these ancient symbols help unlock the secrets of the unconscious mind? What most people miss is that there is incredible power in lucid dreaming or the art of controlling your dreams. This skill can be honed with meditation and practice. When you master the ability to control your dreams, the journey to self-mastery is accelerated. What is the modern-day application? Section 54. Modern Application. Harnessing ancient symbols for personal transformation in a world increasingly disconnected from nature and tradition. Can ancient symbols and myths provide a framework for personal transformation? These symbols represent universal psychological themes and archetypes that resonate with us on a deep level. By consciously engaging with these symbols, we can tap into the collective unconscious and unlock our own inner potential. But how can we translate these ancient insights into practical tools for modern life? It is important to emphasize the importance of individual interpretation and personal meaning. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to understanding ancient symbols and myths. The most important thing is to find the meanings that resonate with us personally and that help us to make sense of our own lives. As Jung writes, the symbols of the self arise in the individual soul, but they speak a universal language. This means that while the symbols themselves may be universal, their interpretation is always personal and subjective. For example, an individual might journal about their dreams, meditating on specific archetypes, or creating art inspired by ancient stories. Engaging in shadow work, exploring the anima animus, and paying attention to synchronicities can also be powerful tools for self-discovery. One of Jung's patients had crippling anxiety, and after just 1 year of journaling, he noticed a massive change to his confidence and well-being. He was able to directly influence his self-talk by understanding and directly changing his unconscious feelings. This led to incredible self-help. Are you willing to begin? What they don't want you to know is that self-mastery is within your reach, and they don't want you to achieve it, which would undermine the system of control. As we prepare to delve into a more complete discussion of the system of control, how can we harness the power of ancient symbols to create a more meaningful and fulfilling life? The answer, as we will see, may lie in our ability to integrate these ancient insights with modern psychological understanding, resisting the system of control and ultimately transforming ourselves and the world around us. But we're just scratching the surface of the mysteries that await. Section 55. Animals as symbols. Unlocking the wisdom of the zoological unconscious. Have you ever felt a strange kinship with a particular animal, as if it held a hidden message just for you? Across millennia and spanning cultures, animals have been powerful symbols in ancient mysteries and human psychology, acting as messengers, guides, and totems. But is this more than just simple superstition? What they don't want you to know is the ancient people may have had a deeper understanding of the animal kingdom than we do today. The human connection with animals taps into primal instincts and unconscious drives, often revealing aspects of ourselves that we might otherwise ignore. Animal symbolism provides a pathway to understanding these instincts, as well as the archetypal forces that shape human behavior. In essence, animals act as mirrors, reflecting our own inner landscape. This makes them potent figures in myths, rituals, and dreams. Consider the snake, a symbol found in diverse cultures, from the caduceus of Greek mythology to the serpent power of Kundalini in Hinduism. While often associated with danger and temptation, the snake also represents transformation, healing, and primordial wisdom. The shedding of its skin symbolizes renewal and rebirth. Is it possible that the fear of snakes is actually a fear of change? The snake contains within it the knowledge of life, death, and rebirth. On the other hand, the lion, often seen at the Lion Gate of Mycenae or embodied in the Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, symbolizes courage, strength, and leadership. The lion embodies raw power and the will to protect one's own. This relates to the hero archetype. And what about the bird soaring through the sky? As seen in the Egyptian Ba, the bird symbolizes freedom, transcendence, and spiritual aspiration, a yearning to rise above the earthly realm. The phoenix embodies this idea to its fullest, representing cycles of destruction and renewal. But how exactly were these animals used in ancient rituals? One compelling example is the role of the wolf in various shamanic traditions. In many indigenous cultures, the wolf is seen as a guide, a teacher, and a protector. Shamans often undergo rituals in which they identify with the wolf, seeking to gain its wisdom and strength. By mimicking the behavior of the wolf, shamans enter a trance state and connect with the spirit world. What they don't want you to know is how these rituals have been suppressed to hide a powerful link to nature. This demonstrates a pathway to understanding instincts, not through intellectual analysis, but through direct experience and identification. But where else might we find these symbols? Section 56. Plant symbolism. From the tree of life to sacred herbs, just as animals carry symbolic weight, so too do plants, playing a significant role in ancient mysteries and human spirituality. Plants, like animals, have been used for healing, divination, and communion with the divine, often considered bridges between the earthly and spiritual realms. What they don't want you to know is many of the world's most potent remedies have been derived from natural sources, But what is it about the plant kingdom that inspires such reverence? Consider the tree of life, a symbol of interconnectedness, growth, and spiritual nourishment, appearing in various forms such as Yggdrasil in Norse mythology or the Bodhi tree under which the Buddha attained enlightenment. The tree of life symbolizes the interconnectedness of all living things, a vast network of roots and branches that connect heaven and earth. This represents growth and spiritual nourishment. Then there is the lotus flower, a symbol of purity, enlightenment, and spiritual awakening in many Eastern traditions. The lotus position in meditation, for example, is meant to emulate the flower's ability to rise above muddy waters, symbolizing the potential for spiritual growth even in the midst of suffering. But what about the darker side of plant symbolism? The use of psychoactive plants as tools for altered states of consciousness and spiritual insight cannot be ignored. Ayahuasca, used in shamanic rituals in the Amazon, and psilocybin mushrooms, used in various indigenous cultures, have long been seen as pathways to the divine. These plants have the potential to open doors to new perspectives, but only with the proper preparation and guidance. Many ancient cultures strictly controlled the use of psychedelics to protect individuals from their potentially harmful psychological effects. What they don't want you to know is that if used incorrectly, you can lose your mind. Consider the Eleusinian mysteries, where initiates consumed a drink called kykeon, which likely contained psychoactive substances derived from barley and mint. The initiates would experience intense visions and emotional breakthroughs, contributing to a profound sense of transformation. This communion connects the individual to the environment. Plants serve as a reminder of our connection to the earth and the natural world. We are dependent on plants for our survival. So how do plants relate to our emotional states? Section 57, Color Psychology, UNLOCKING, and altered states through light transitioning from the green of the plant kingdom consider the power of color itself. Colors are powerful symbols that have been used for centuries to evoke specific emotions and mind states. Colors are not trivial aesthetics, but core parts of how we interpret the world. Cultures may even interpret colors in totally different ways. But why is color so powerful? Red, for example, is often associated with vitality, life force, but also with anger and aggression. Red can be used to stimulate energy and passion. Blue, on the other hand, is often associated with peace, divinity, and coldness. Blue can be used to create a sense of calm and tranquility. What they don't want you to know is that your feelings can be influenced by your environment. Yellow is often presented as enlightenment, wisdom, but also caution and cowardice. Yellow can be used to stimulate creativity and focus. How were these associations used historically? Throughout history, color has been used in art, architecture, and ritual to create specific psychological effects. In ancient Egypt, temples were adorned with vibrant colors, each with its own symbolic meaning. In medieval Europe, stained glass windows were used to create a sense of awe and reverence in cathedrals. The use of color is so important because of the subtle influence it has on an individual. Imagine an initiate guided through a series of chambers, each bathed in a different color. The first chamber, bathed in red, might evoke feelings of passion and intensity, preparing the initiate for the trials ahead. The second chamber, bathed in blue, might evoke feelings of peace and tranquility, allowing the initiate to reflect on their journey. The final chamber, bathed in yellow, might evoke feelings of enlightenment and wisdom, signifying the successful completion of the initiation. But does all of this lead to the final goal? Section 58, Cosmic Consciousness, Ancient Mystries, and the Search for Universal Meaning. We've explored animals, plants, and colors, but consider that each of these were simply different paths leading to a central destination, a search for connection with something larger than oneself. Ancient mysteries were not simply about personal transformation, but also about understanding our place in the cosmos, our role in the grand scheme of things. What they don't want you to know is this sense of connection has the potential to change everything. But how can one achieve this? Cosmic consciousness can be described as a state of expanded awareness, a sense of unity with all things, a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of life, and a transcendence of space and time. This state is often associated with feelings of love, joy, and peace, a sense of belonging to something vast and eternal. Jung writes, "The collective unconscious is the foundation of what is called cosmic consciousness." Is it possible that we are all part of a single, universal mind? Ancient mysteries sought to facilitate cosmic consciousness through rituals, myths, and symbols designed to induce altered states of consciousness, promote self-transcendence, and connect initiates with a universal reality. Meditation, prayer, and contemplation of nature were believed to promote this. Consider the ancient practice of stargazing, in which initiates would spend hours observing the night sky, contemplating the vastness of the universe and their place within it. Through this practice, they sought to transcend their individual egos and connect with a universal consciousness. But what does this all mean for us today? As we prepare for the final sections, consider the relevance of ancient mysteries to modern life. Are these ancient practices simply relics of a bygone era, or do they hold valuable lessons for us today? The answer, as we will see, may lie in our ability to rediscover the forgotten knowledge of the mind, resisting the system of control and ultimately transforming ourselves and the world around us. But we're just scratching the surface of the mysteries that await. Section 59. Forbidden Knowledge. Exploring the boundaries of ancient wisdom, have you ever wondered why certain knowledge is kept hidden, shrouded in secrecy, and reserved only for a select few? Across cultures and throughout history, the concept of forbidden knowledge appears as a recurring theme, an irresistible allure. What they don't want you to know is that what has been termed forbidden are often the keys to unlocking the deepest mysteries of the self. But what makes certain knowledge so dangerous, so taboo, that it must be guarded at all costs? Is it the power it grants, the truths it reveals, or the potential for misuse? The allure of forbidden knowledge lies in its promise of power, understanding, and transcendence. It's the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, the secrets whispered in dark corners, the truths that challenge the status quo. The pursuit of this knowledge often involves risk, sacrifice, and a transgression of boundaries, a willingness to venture into the unknown. This taps into the deepest psychological drives, the desire for self-discovery, and the urge to push beyond the limits of conventional understanding. Consider the connection between forbidden knowledge and the shadow archetype. The shadow, as Jung describes it, encompasses the repressed aspects of the self, the dark side that we often deny or project onto others. Forbidden knowledge, in a similar way, represents the truths that society or our own psyches deem unacceptable, forcing them into the shadows. But what were the social implications of accessing the forbidden? Why was certain knowledge considered forbidden? And what were the social implications of gaining access to it? Was it too dangerous for the uninitiated to wield, potentially disrupting social order or challenging established power structures? Did it offer a path to personal empowerment that threatened the control of those in authority? Think of the ancient mystery schools, where initiates underwent rigorous trials and secret rituals to gain access to esoteric wisdom. Was this secrecy intended to protect the knowledge from misuse, or to maintain the power of the elite? As we delve into specific examples, consider how the concept of forbidden knowledge reflects the ongoing tension between control and freedom, ignorance and enlightenment, and the individual's quest for self-discovery. But how exactly did these mysteries play out in the ancient world? Section 60. Examples of forbidden knowledge. Gnosticism, alchemy, and witchcraft. Gnosticism offers a compelling example of a tradition centered around esoteric, forbidden knowledge. The Gnostics believed in a secret, higher knowledge, gnosis, that could liberate individuals from the material world, a world they viewed as flawed and deceptive. What they don't want you to know is that the Gnostics challenged the traditional interpretations of religious texts. This was seen as heresy by the early church. The Gnostic myths about the creation of the universe, the nature of good and evil, and the role of humanity offered a radical alternative to mainstream religious beliefs. Consider their view of the demiurge, the creator of the material world, whom they saw not as a benevolent god, but as a flawed and ignorant being. This secret knowledge was not freely available, but required initiation and a deep understanding of complex symbolism. The reward, however, was nothing less than spiritual liberation. But could this liberation be attained? Alchemy, another tradition associated with forbidden knowledge, focused on transforming base metals into gold and achieving spiritual enlightenment. The alchemical process was not merely a physical one, but a deeply symbolic journey of psychological transformation. What they don't want you to know is the alchemists believed they could unlock the secrets of the universe. The Emerald Tablet, a foundational text of alchemy, proclaims, "That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do the miracles of one only thing." This suggests a profound interconnectedness between the material and spiritual realms. The alchemist's pursuit of the philosopher's stone, a mythical substance believed to grant immortality and the ability to transmute metals, can be seen as a metaphor for the self-archetype, the ultimate goal of individuation. The process of transformation involved confronting the dark aspects of the personality, dissolving old patterns, and integrating new ones, much like the alchemical process of breaking down and rebuilding matter. But where does this lead us? Witchcraft, historically associated with forbidden knowledge and power, offers another lens through which to explore the psychology of ancient mysteries. The historical persecution of witches reveals deep-seated societal fears about female power, the natural world, and the disruption of social norms. What they don't want you to know is that witches were often healers and midwives, possessing knowledge of herbs and natural remedies that were considered dangerous by the authorities. The symbolism of witchcraft, with its connection to the shadow, the anima animus, and the natural world, reflects the repressed aspects of human nature and the rejection of societal constraints. Consider the witch as a figure who embraces her own darkness, who connects with the power of the earth, and who challenges the patriarchal structures of society. This made them a target. But is witchcraft all about power? All of these traditions, Gnosticism, alchemy, and witchcraft, are linked by the general search for power, whether spiritual, material, or personal, and by their exploration of the darker aspects of human nature. They represent attempts to transcend limitations, challenge authority, and unlock hidden potentials. They are also fraught with potential dangers, the risk of delusion, the temptation to misuse power, and the possibility of succumbing to the shadow. But what if these were not literal pursuits, but symbolic quests? Section 61. Symbolic interpretations. Decoding the messages of forbidden knowledge, the key to understanding forbidden knowledge lies in recognizing its symbolic meaning. It is not about literal secrets or magical formulas, but about psychological truths. What they don't want you to know is you can become your own master. Forbidden knowledge represents the need to confront repressed aspects of the self, challenge conventional beliefs, and venture into the unknown territories of the psyche. Gnosticism, from a symbolic perspective, represents the journey of individuation, the process of becoming a whole and integrated self. The Gnostics' rejection of the material world can be seen as a rejection of the ego's limited perspective, a yearning for a deeper, more authentic reality. The search for gnosis is the search for self-knowledge, a quest to understand the hidden depths of the unconscious. The demiurge, the flawed creator, can be interpreted as the ego itself, trapped in its own limited understanding, unable to grasp the true nature of reality. This is the goal of individuation. Alchemy, similarly, is the process of psychological transformation, the transmutation of base metals into gold, representing the integration of the shadow and the realization of the self. The alchemist's laboratory is the inner world, the crucible in which the personality is broken down and rebuilt. The philosopher's stone symbolizes the integrated self, the culmination of the individuation process. As Jung writes, the alchemist sought the transformation of matter, but unconsciously he was seeking the transformation of himself. This transformation is the goal. Witchcraft, finally, represents the empowerment of the disempowered, the embracing of the natural world, and the rejection of societal constraints. The witch's connection to the shadow reflects the acceptance of the dark side of human nature, the recognition that wholeness requires the integration of both light and darkness. The witch's power comes from her connection to the earth, her understanding of natural cycles, and her ability to harness the forces of the unconscious. This is about balance. Approaching these concepts with respect is essential. These are powerful symbols that can evoke strong emotions and challenge deeply held beliefs. It is crucial to engage with them in a thoughtful and responsible way, recognizing the potential for both growth and danger. But how can these symbolic interpretations translate into practical changes in one's life? By understanding the psychological truths embedded in these ancient mysteries, we can gain valuable insights into our own inner world. By confronting our shadows, challenging our limiting beliefs, and embracing our authentic selves, we can move towards a more integrated and meaningful existence. This is where transformation begins. Section 62. Navigating the Shadow. Responsible engagement with forbidden knowledge in the modern world. So, we've explored the allure of forbidden knowledge, examined its manifestations in Gnosticism, alchemy, and witchcraft, and interpreted these traditions through a symbolic lens. What they don't want you to know is you can find your own way. Understanding the potential risks of engaging with forbidden knowledge is critical, now more than ever. We live in an age of information overload, where ancient mysteries are readily accessible through the internet and social media. But this accessibility also brings the risk of misinterpretation, appropriation, and the potential for psychological harm. Responsible exploration requires ethical considerations and a balanced perspective. It involves a willingness to challenge our own assumptions, to question authority, and to venture into the unknown, but also to ground ourselves in reality, to recognize the limitations of our own understanding, and to seek guidance from trusted sources. One must not only understand the knowledge, but also its possible impacts. How can we harness the power of these ancient mysteries without falling prey to their potential dangers? How can we integrate forbidden knowledge into our lives in a way that promotes psychological growth and well-being? Can we embrace the wisdom of the past while remaining grounded in the present? These are questions that demand careful consideration. The answers, as we will see in the final segments, may lie in modern frameworks for integrating ancient wisdom in the future of psychological exploration, and in a call to action that empowers us to transform ourselves and the world around us. But we're just scratching the surface of what's to come. Section 63. Shadow Projection. Unveiling hidden truths in ancient Piaget. The shadow, as we've discussed, is that part of ourselves we disown, the repository of uncomfortable truths. But what happens when, instead of acknowledging this darkness within, we project it outwards onto others? This phenomenon, known as shadow projection, is a psychological mechanism where we unconsciously attribute our own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, or impulses to another person or group. What they don't want you to know is they may be trying to distract you from their own faults. But this seemingly simple act of misattribution can have devastating consequences, leading to prejudice, discrimination, and even violence. Throughout history, shadow projection has played a significant role in shaping human behavior and fueling conflict. Persecutions of minority groups, such as Jews, witches, and heretics, often involve projecting the collective shadow onto these groups. These groups become scapegoats, embodying the negative qualities that the dominant culture cannot accept in itself. Consider the demonization of marginalized communities. where their perceived deviance becomes a mirror reflecting the society's own repressed desires and anxieties. This projection isn't random. It targets those who are already perceived as other, making them easy targets for blame and resentment. But how does this process unfold on a societal level? In ancient societies, the psychological dynamics of shadow projection were often manipulated and exploited by authority figures for political gain. Repressed desires, fears, and anxieties are projected onto others, creating a sense of moral superiority and justification for violence. Think of the rhetoric used to demonize enemy nations, where their leaders are portrayed as monstrous figures embodying all that is evil and corrupt. This allows the populace to disown their own capacity for aggression and violence, projecting it onto the enemy and justifying acts of war. The elites reinforce their power by fostering division and conflict. The witch hunts of the early modern period offer another stark example of this dynamic, where women who challenged societal norms were accused of witchcraft and persecuted, becoming scapegoats for the community's anxieties about social change and female empowerment. Are these dynamics still at play in the modern world? Let's turn our attention to a specific case study, a chilling microcosm of collective shadow projection, the Salem witch trials. Section 64, Case Study. The Salem witch trials, a microcosm of collective shadow projection. The Salem witch trials, which unfolded in 17th century colonial Massachusetts, serve as a harrowing example of the destructive power of collective shadow projection. The events that transpired in Salem Village were not simply the result of superstitious beliefs, but a complex interplay of social, religious, and political factors that created a fertile ground for hysteria and persecution. Imagine the lives of those falsely accused, branded as witches. The social context of Salem was marked by deep divisions and anxieties. The prevailing beliefs about witchcraft, fueled by Puritan theology, created a climate of fear and suspicion. The strict social norms and religious doctrines of the Puritan Church left little room for dissent or nonconformity, leading to the repression of individual desires and anxieties. What they don't want you to know is there were land disputes, economic anxieties, and political rivalries further contributed to the tension in the community. The anxieties surrounding social change, such as the rise of new economic opportunities and the loosening of traditional social structures, created a sense of unease and uncertainty. How were these anxieties channeled into accusations of witchcraft? The Salem witch trials can be analyzed as an example of collective shadow projection. The accused witches became scapegoats for the community's repressed desires, fears, and anxieties. The young women who served as accusers, often displaying symptoms of what we might now recognize as psychological distress, projected their own unacceptable impulses, such as sexual desires and rebellious thoughts, onto the accused. These accusations were fueled by spectral evidence, where the accusers claimed to see visions of the accused witches tormenting them in spirit form. This spectral evidence was accepted by the court, allowing the accusers to wield immense power over the lives of the accused. Consider the psychological dynamics at play. The accusers, struggling with their own inner conflicts, found a way to externalize their unacceptable impulses by projecting them onto others. What were the long-term psychological impacts of these events? The role of suggestion, social pressure, and psychological contagion in spreading the hysteria cannot be understated. The accusers were often encouraged and supported by authority figures, such as ministers and magistrates, who reinforced their beliefs and legitimized their accusations. The fear of being accused of witchcraft created a climate of conformity, where individuals were afraid to speak out against the accusations. The psychological contagion spread rapidly through the community, as more and more people began to experience similar visions and accusations. The events in Salem tragically highlight the dangers of unchecked shadow projection and the destructive power of collective hysteria. But how does this connect to the Jungian interpretation of the shadow? The events of Salem stand as a stark reminder of the need for self-awareness and critical thinking. The accusers of Salem are an excellent example of what happens when one is completely unaware of their own shadow, and so ends up projecting their disowned darkness onto others. Section 65. The power of suggestion, prophecy, divination, and the self-fulfilling prophecy beyond shadow projection. Another powerful force at play in ancient mysteries is the power of suggestion. Prophecy and divination, often viewed as supernatural phenomena, can also be understood as psychological tools that tap into the power of suggestion to shape reality. What they don't want you to know is that you can change your own reality. But how does this work? The self-fulfilling prophecy, a concept explored by sociologist Robert K. Merton, is a manifestation of the power of suggestion. A self-fulfilling prophecy is a prediction that, by being made, causes itself to become true. This can occur through a variety of mechanisms, such as altered behavior, selective attention, and confirmation bias. For example, if a teacher believes that a student is incapable of learning, they may unconsciously treat the student in a way that reinforces this belief, leading the student to perform poorly. This concept of altered behavior is very important to take into consideration. Ancient cultures may have used prophecy and divination to influence individual and collective behavior. Predictions about the future could have shaped people's expectations, motivations, and actions. If a society believed that a particular event was destined to occur, they might take actions that would make it more likely to happen, reinforcing the belief in the power of prophecy itself. Consider the role of oracles in ancient Greece, where their pronouncements were often interpreted and acted upon in ways that ultimately fulfilled the prophecy. The belief in destiny, whether positive or negative, can have a profound impact on our choices and actions. How can we harness the power of suggestion for good? Think of the idea of fake it until you make it. The placebo effect in medicine shows how powerful belief can be. If you tell yourself something enough, it can become real. This idea is closely linked to the archetypes that influence us. Believing that we have strength or courage will make us stronger or braver. Section 66. Modern APPLICATIONs. Avoiding projective identification and harnessing positive suggestion, we've explored the destructive power of shadow projection and the shaping influence of suggestion. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial in order to avoid their negative consequences and harness their potential for good. By becoming aware of our own projections and the power of suggestion, we can make more conscious choices and create more positive outcomes. But how do we do this in practice? One practical strategy for avoiding projective identification in relationships and social interactions is self-reflection. Taking the time to examine our own thoughts, feelings, and impulses can help us to identify the qualities that we might be projecting onto others. Empathy and open communication are also essential, allowing us to understand others' perspectives and avoid making assumptions about their motivations. By recognizing our own shadow and accepting our own flaws, we can reduce the tendency to project them onto others. What steps can we take to cultivate self-awareness and empathy? On the other hand, we can explore the potential for harnessing positive suggestion to promote well-being and achieve goals. The use of affirmations, visualization, and positive self-talk can cultivate positive beliefs and expectations. Surrounding ourselves with supportive people who believe in our potential can also have a profound impact on our self-confidence and motivation. Positive thinking has been shown to have real psychological effects. Imagine a future where individuals are empowered to understand their own psychological dynamics, to recognize and avoid the pitfalls of shadow projection, and to harness the power of suggestion to create a more positive and fulfilling life. This vision requires a commitment to self-awareness, empathy, and critical thinking. It calls for a society that values psychological well-being and supports individuals in their quest for self-discovery. We're only scratching the surface of understanding what lies ahead. Section 67. Psychic EPIDMICS. The spread of collective DELUSIONS. We've explored the power of suggestion and the potential for projective identification to distort our perceptions of reality. But what happens when these psychological forces operate on a massive scale, affecting entire populations? This brings us to the unsettling phenomenon of psychic epidemics, contagious mental or emotional states that sweep through large groups, shaping their beliefs, behaviors, and even their perceptions of reality. Can an idea be as contagious as a disease? Understanding the dynamics of psychic epidemics is crucial for maintaining independent thought and navigating the complexities of our increasingly interconnected world. It's no longer enough to simply be aware of our own individual biases and projections. We must also develop a critical awareness of the collective forces that can influence our thinking and behavior. One might compare it to physical immunity. Just as our bodies develop resilience against harmful pathogens, so too must our minds cultivate defenses against harmful influences. What they don't want you to know is that by not controlling your mind, you are susceptible to the whims of others. We will soon discuss strategies for mental hygiene, the art of discerning fact from fiction, truth from falsehood, and defending ourselves against the tide of collective delusions that can so easily overwhelm individual reason. To understand the nature of psychic epidemics, we must delve into the historical examples and psychological factors that underpin their spread. Section 68. Historical EXAMPLES. Witch hunts, religious MANIS, and political IDEOLOGIS. Psychic epidemics have manifested throughout history in various forms, leaving a trail of devastation and suffering in their wake. Witch hunts, religious manias, and the spread of totalitarian ideologies all serve as stark reminders of the power of collective delusions. Understanding these events is necessary to understand how they have been leveraged by historical leaders. The witch hunts of the early modern period, as exemplified by the Salem witch trials we discussed earlier, stand as a chilling testament to the dangers of mass hysteria fueled by fear, superstition, and social anxieties. The accusations of witchcraft, often based on flimsy evidence and fueled by social tensions, spread like wildfire through communities, resulting in the persecution and execution of countless innocent individuals. These events serve as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked social anxieties. Shadow projection played a crucial role in these events, as communities projected their repressed desires, fears, and anxieties onto marginalized individuals, turning them into scapegoats for their collective ills. The psychological effect of branding someone a witch allowed the accusers to externalize their own inner demons. It's crucial to note, as well, the projection of masculine anxieties during this time onto female bodies. What darker purposes did these events serve? Religious manias, such as millenarian movements and cult followings, offer another compelling example of intense emotional contagion and groupthink. These movements often arise during times of social upheaval or uncertainty, when individuals are searching for meaning and belonging. Charismatic leaders exploit this vulnerability, using persuasive rhetoric and emotional appeals to manipulate collective beliefs and behaviors. Consider the rise and fall of various doomsday cults, where followers, driven by a fervent belief in an impending apocalypse, abandon their families, finances, and even their lives in service of their leader's vision. Leaders of cults appeal to individuals that may feel like outsiders in society by offering a sense of belonging. Intense emotional contagion is not the only factor, though. The need to belong and the desire to conform to social norms can override individual reason and lead to dangerous consequences. What they don't want you to know is that these leaders often leverage shadow projection, scapegoating outside groups, and demonizing dissenters to maintain control. Is this a pattern we see repeated throughout history? The spread of totalitarian ideologies, such as Nazism and Stalinism, represents another devastating manifestation of psychic epidemics. Propaganda, indoctrination, and the cult of personality are all tools used by totalitarian regimes to manipulate collective beliefs and suppress dissent. Through relentless repetition and emotional appeals, these regimes cultivate a climate of fear and conformity, where individuals are afraid to question authority or express dissenting opinions. The projection is evident in the demonization of minority groups and political opponents, who are portrayed as enemies of the state. This manipulation of collective psychology allows totalitarian regimes to justify their actions, suppress dissent, and maintain their grip on power. Throughout history, different leaders have leveraged these effects for their own purposes. The leaders of these movements are often fueled by their own personal trauma and experiences, causing them to want others to believe in their perspective. Is there a way to understand the collective mindset that allowed these ideologies to take hold? Section 69. The psychology of contagion, fear, anxiety, and the need for belonging. To understand how psychic epidemics take hold, we must examine the underlying psychological factors that make individuals susceptible to suggestion and groupthink. Fear, anxiety, and the need for belonging all play a significant role in shaping collective beliefs and behaviors. The ability to create a hive mind is the power for leaders to yield. Fear and anxiety are powerful motivators, making individuals more likely to seek security and guidance from authority figures or social groups. During times of crisis or uncertainty, people may become more willing to abandon their own critical thinking skills and accept the beliefs and opinions of those around them. This is the primary reason that propaganda is so effective. The more one hears the same message, the more they are likely to believe it. The human need for belonging and the desire to conform to social norms, even when those norms are irrational or harmful, further contribute to the spread of psychic epidemics. Individuals may suppress their own doubts or reservations in order to avoid social isolation or rejection. How can we prevent these mechanisms from taking hold? Charismatic leaders and persuasive rhetoric also play a crucial role in shaping collective beliefs and behaviors. These individuals often possess a unique ability to tap into the emotions and anxieties of their followers, offering simple solutions to complex problems and promising a sense of belonging and purpose. The leaders know how to speak and engage in such a manner that it makes people want to listen. Through emotional appeals and manipulative tactics, they can sway public opinion and incite collective action. The shadow archetype, representing the dark and repressed aspects of the personality, can also contribute to the spread of psychic epidemics. When individuals are unaware of their own shadow, they may project their negative qualities onto others, fueling prejudice, discrimination, and violence. The collective unconscious, as described by Jung, provides a shared reservoir of archetypal images and patterns of behavior that can be activated during times of social upheaval. What part of this is inherent? Consider the phenomenon of mass hysteria in a school setting. A strange illness, with no apparent physical cause, suddenly sweeps through a group of students. Symptoms can range from headaches and nausea to dizziness and fainting spells. The illness spreads rapidly, affecting more and more students and creating a climate of fear and anxiety. Doctors are unable to identify any physical or environmental factors that could be causing the illness, leading them to suspect a psychological cause. The underlying drivers of such an epidemic could be stress, anxiety, or social tensions within the school community. What are the larger societal implications of these localized events? Section 70. Modern MANIFESTATIONS. Conspiracy THEORs and online hate campaigns. Psychic epidemics are not confined to the history books. In the modern era, they continue to manifest in new and disturbing ways, particularly through the spread of conspiracy theories and online hate campaigns. The digital age has amplified these phenomena, creating echo chambers and accelerating the spread of misinformation and harmful ideologies. Conspiracy theories, such as QAnon and anti-vaccine movements, offer a prime example of how misinformation and distrust can fuel collective delusions. These theories often arise during times of social or political upheaval, preying on people's anxieties and offering simplistic explanations for complex events. The internet and social media provide fertile ground for the spread of these theories, allowing them to reach a wide audience and creating echo chambers where individuals are only exposed to information that confirms their existing beliefs. What they don't want you to know is that these theories are not harmless. They can have real-world consequences, leading to violence, social division, and a rejection of scientific evidence. Have we lost the ability to critically evaluate information? Social media trends can also create real-world impacts. Viral challenges, such as dangerous stunts or harmful pranks, can spread rapidly through online networks, leading to injuries, property damage, and even death. The anonymity and social distance afforded by the internet can embolden individuals to engage in harmful behaviors, creating a culture of online aggression and cyberbullying. The ease with which misinformation and hate speech can spread online poses a significant challenge to mental health and social cohesion. What is the psychological impact of constant exposure to negativity and misinformation? The spread of online hate campaigns and cyberbullying demonstrates how anonymity and social distance can embolden individuals to engage in harmful behaviors. Victims of online harassment often experience feelings of isolation, anxiety, and depression. Online hate campaigns can also have a chilling effect on free speech, as individuals may be afraid to express their opinions for fear of being targeted by online mobs. The psychological effect of these attacks can be devastating. So, what can we do to protect ourselves from these modern manifestations of psychic epidemics? Combating the effects requires a multi-pronged approach that includes promoting critical thinking skills, fostering media literacy, and cultivating individual resilience. It requires a conscious effort to challenge our own biases and assumptions, seek out diverse perspectives, and resist the temptation to succumb to groupthink. Section 71. Defending against contagion. Critical thinking, media literacy, and individual resilience, protecting ourselves from the negative effects of psychic epidemics, requires a proactive approach that emphasizes critical thinking skills, media literacy, and individual resilience. These are not innate qualities, but skills that must be cultivated and honed over time. Critical thinking skills are essential for evaluating sources, identifying biases, and questioning assumptions. This involves approaching information with a healthy dose of skepticism and a willingness to consider alternative explanations. We must learn to distinguish between credible sources and misinformation, to recognize logical fallacies, and to evaluate evidence objectively. It also requires understanding how our own biases and preconceptions can influence our interpretation of information. What techniques can we use to sharpen our critical thinking skills? Media literacy is a crucial tool for navigating the complex information landscape and discerning credible sources from misinformation. This involves understanding how media messages are constructed, how they can be manipulated, and how they can influence our beliefs and behaviors. We must learn to identify different types of media, to evaluate the credibility of sources, and to recognize the persuasive techniques used in advertising and propaganda. How can we become more discerning consumers of information? Cultivating individual resilience is also essential for resisting external pressures and maintaining our own beliefs. A strong sense of self-worth, emotional intelligence, and social support can help us to weather the storms of collective hysteria and maintain our own sense of perspective. Engaging in self-care practices, such as meditation, mindfulness, and exercise, can reduce stress and promote mental well-being. But what practical advice can the viewer use every day? By practicing techniques such as questioning the source and motives of information, cross-checking information from multiple sources, and taking breaks from media consumption, individuals can learn to develop their own personal methods for protecting themselves from psychological manipulation. Section 72. Boundary maintenance. Protecting your psychic space in a connected world. In addition to critical thinking and media literacy, we must also cultivate strong psychic boundaries to protect our mental and emotional well-being in an increasingly connected world. What they don't want you to know is that if they can get inside your head, they can control you. Psychic boundaries are the invisible lines that separate our thoughts, feelings, and energy from those of others. They are the psychological equivalent of a personal space bubble, allowing us to maintain a sense of self and prevent emotional overwhelm. Strong psychic boundaries are essential for preserving our mental and emotional health. Without them, we become vulnerable to the thoughts, feelings, and energies of others, leading to feelings of exhaustion, anxiety, and confusion. But how can we establish and maintain these boundaries? Strategies for setting and maintaining healthy psychic boundaries include assertiveness, clear communication, and the ability to say no. Learning to express our needs and preferences assertively, without feeling guilty or apologetic, is essential for establishing clear boundaries in our relationships. Communicating our boundaries clearly and directly, without ambiguity or hesitation, helps to prevent misunderstandings and violations. And perhaps most importantly, learning to say no to requests or demands that violate our boundaries is crucial for protecting our time, energy, and emotional well-being. Think of the feeling of relief you get when you decline an invitation that you weren't truly interested in. Techniques for shielding ourselves from negative energy, such as visualization, meditation, and spending time in nature, can also be helpful. But is this enough? A strong, individual identity is vital to not falling prey to emotional manipulation. Without a firm sense of self, we become more susceptible to the influence of others, losing our own sense of direction and purpose. But how does this relate to skepticism and questioning authority? Section 73. The role of skepticism. Questioning authority and challenging groupthink. Healthy skepticism plays a vital role in resisting psychic epidemics and maintaining intellectual independence. Skepticism in this context is not about cynicism or negativity, but rather a willingness to question assumptions, examine evidence, and consider alternative explanations. It's a commitment to intellectual honesty and a refusal to blindly accept information without critical evaluation. Skepticism is essential for protecting ourselves from manipulation, propaganda, and groupthink. By questioning the motives and biases of those who seek to influence us, we can avoid becoming pawns in their games. By challenging prevailing narratives and questioning authority, we can resist the pressure to conform and maintain our own independent judgment. What they don't want you to know is that a healthy dose of skepticism is one of your greatest defenses. Skepticism is not about dismissing information out of hand, but rather investigating it thoroughly and objectively. It's about seeking evidence, examining arguments, and considering different perspectives before forming a conclusion. A true skeptic is willing to change their mind when presented with compelling evidence, but they are also unwilling to accept claims without sufficient justification. Most importantly, remember that skepticism applies not only to those you disagree with, but also to those you agree with. It is easy to fall into the trap of confirmation bias, selectively accepting information that confirms our existing beliefs and rejecting information that challenges them. Maintaining a healthy level of skepticism, even towards our own beliefs, is essential for intellectual honesty and personal growth. Think about those who believe everything they read on the internet, regardless of the source. The goal of objectivity is freedom. Freedom from manipulation, freedom from dogma, and freedom to form our own conclusions based on evidence and reason. But how does all of this tie together with the concept of individuality? Section 74. Cultivating individuality. Embracing authenticity and resisting conformity. Psychic epidemics thrive on conformity, fear, and a lack of critical thinking. By cultivating individuality and embracing authenticity, we can become more resistant to these forces and maintain our own unique perspective. What they don't want you to know is how much power you have when you think for yourself. Developing our own unique values, beliefs, and perspectives is essential for resisting the pressure to conform. This involves exploring our own interests, passions, and talents, and expressing them authentically in our lives. Embracing our individuality also means accepting our imperfections and vulnerabilities and refusing to compare ourselves to others. The less you worry about what others think, the happier you'll be. The process of individuation, as described by Jung, can help us to embrace our authenticity and resist conformity. Individuation involves integrating the conscious and unconscious aspects of the personality, including the shadow, the anima animus, and the self. By becoming more aware of our own inner world, we can develop a stronger sense of self and resist external pressures to conform. Think of the artist who defies convention to create something truly original. The freedom to be yourself, to express your unique perspective, and live in alignment with your values is one of the most powerful tools we have for resisting psychic epidemics and creating a more authentic and fulfilling life. But we're just scratching the surface of understanding how ancient cultures have dealt with these collective psychological phenomena. What if the key to protecting our minds lies in rediscovering forgotten techniques for accessing the unconscious and tapping into the wisdom of the ages? Section 75. Dreams of the Dead. Ancestor communication across CULTURES. What if the key to understanding our minds, and even the future, lies not only in forgotten techniques for accessing the unconscious, but also in communicating with those who have come before us? For millennia, cultures across the globe have believed in dream visitation, the idea that dreams can serve as a portal to interact with deceased relatives, spiritual guides, or even influential historical figures. This perspective challenges the modern view of dreams as solely internal processes, suggesting that our sleeping hours may offer a bridge to a realm beyond our ordinary perception, a realm where the voices of our ancestors can still be heard. Is it possible that our ancestors are trying to communicate with us through our dreams? Furthermore, consider the practices of ancestor reverence that are found in various cultures around the world, which suggests that the relationship with deceased loved ones extends beyond physical life. From Chinese ancestor worship, where families maintain shrines and perform rituals to honor their ancestors, to Dia de los Muertos in Mexico, where the dead are celebrated and welcomed back to the land of the living, these traditions highlight the enduring connection between the living and the dead. In many African cultures, ancestor reverence is a central aspect of spiritual life, with ancestors believed to act as intermediaries between the living and the divine. These practices offer comfort, connection, and a sense of continuity, grounding individuals in a rich tapestry of history and tradition. Is this reverence simply a coping mechanism, or does it reflect a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of life and death? Dream visitations can range in intensity, from comforting encounters that offer solace and reassurance to urgent warnings and profound advice that can alter the course of one's life. Sometimes, a deceased loved one may simply appear in a dream to offer a smile and a sense of peace. Other times, they may deliver specific messages or insights, providing guidance for navigating difficult situations or making important decisions. Are these messages merely products of our own subconscious, or could they be influenced by external forces or entities? How can we discern the true meaning and significance of these dreams? This naturally transitions us to an exploration of the psychological interpretations of ancestral dream visitations, where we can find a valuable framework for understanding the deeper significance of these experiences. Section 76. Jungian interpretations. Amplifying wisdom from the past through a Jungian lens, ancestral dream visitations can be understood as manifestations of the unconscious mind. offering valuable insights into the dreamer's inner landscape. The ancestors appearing in dreams can represent various aspects of the self, the shadow, or the anima animus, each with its own unique psychological significance. Understanding these dreams allows one to tap into the vast knowledge they possess. The ancestor may be a symbol of wisdom, experience, and guidance, representing the dreamer's own potential for growth and self-realization. These ancestors, having lived full lives, may appear in dreams to offer support, encouragement, and perspective, helping the dreamer to overcome challenges and pursue their goals. Alternatively, the ancestor may represent the shadow, embodying repressed or disowned aspects of the dreamer's personality. These shadow ancestors may appear in dreams to challenge the dreamer's self-image, confront them with uncomfortable truths, or push them to integrate their darker qualities. Or, an ancestor might even represent the anima or animus, embodying the dreamer's contrasexual side and offering insights into their relationships, creativity, and emotional life. The anima in a man could be his grandmother showing him how to be emotionally receptive. Analyzing the symbolism of ancestral figures in dreams is crucial for unlocking their psychological significance. The specific characteristics, roles, and relationships of the ancestors in the dream can provide clues about their meaning. For example, an ancestor who was known for their creativity and artistic talents may represent the dreamer's own untapped potential in that area. An ancestor who suffered from addiction or mental illness may represent the dreamer's own struggles with those issues. It is essential to consider the dreamer's personal relationship with the ancestor, as well as the cultural context of the dream, in order to arrive at a deeper understanding. How does ancestral trauma inform these dreams? Connecting with the act of ancestral dreams allows for a greater understanding of self, and integrating the messages from those dreams can drastically improve the dreamer's mental state. By paying attention to these dreams, analyzing their symbolism, and reflecting on their emotional impact, we can gain valuable insights into our own psyche and tap into the wisdom of the past. What they don't want you to know is that by embracing this connection, you embrace your complete self. But how can we intentionally connect with our ancestors through dreams, and what practical steps can we take to make this connection a reality? Section 77. Mundane to mystical. Making contact for positive gain, there are several ways to intentionally connect with ancestors through dreams, bridging the gap between the mundane and the mystical. Techniques such as dream incubation, journaling, and meditation can help to create a receptive state of mind and increase the likelihood of meaningful dream experiences. By establishing the psychological intent, the effects will follow. Dream incubation involves setting a clear intention to connect with a specific ancestor or receive guidance on a particular issue before going to sleep. This can involve writing down your intention, visualizing the ancestor, or repeating a mantra. Keeping a dream journal can help you to remember and analyze your dreams, identify recurring patterns, and track your progress in connecting with your ancestors. Meditation can help to quiet the mind, reduce stress, and open yourself up to intuitive insights. What would happen if more people practiced dream incubation? When contacting people in dreams, it is important to have a specific result in mind. Are you seeking advice, healing, or simply a sense of connection? By clarifying your intentions, you can increase the likelihood of receiving a meaningful response. For instance, someone with a history of heart disease in the family may connect with their ancestor to better understand how it started and what the warning signs are. Recurring dreams with the same figures may indicate unresolved issues or patterns that need to be addressed. For example, if you consistently dream of your grandfather who was a successful businessman, it could indicate that you are seeking guidance in your own career. Or, dreams in which ancestors provide extremely specific advice may be particularly significant. For instance, an ancestor might reveal a hidden talent or opportunity that you had previously overlooked. Consider the case where an ancestor provides the exact instructions for creating a new invention or solving a complex problem. It's important to be open to these messages and to trust your intuition in interpreting them. Practical steps for connecting with ancestors through dreams include creating a relaxing bedtime routine, avoiding stimulants before sleep, and keeping a dream journal by your bedside. Before falling asleep, take a few moments to visualize your ancestors, express your gratitude for their presence in your life, and ask for their guidance and support. Acknowledge the skeptics by emphasizing that the key is the psychological intent. Even if you don't believe in literal communication with the dead, the act of focusing your intention on your ancestors can have a powerful psychological effect, tapping into the collective unconscious and activating your own inner wisdom. Is there a way, though, to acknowledge the light without being blinded by it? Section 78, CAVEATS and CONNECTIONS. Confronting the shadow of ancestor worship and moving forward, it is important to acknowledge potential pitfalls that might arise when focusing on this sort of magic, as an overemphasis on ancestral connection can lead to unintended consequences. We must be aware of and confront the shadow of ancestor worship, maintaining a balanced perspective. One potential pitfall is over-idealizing ancestors, potentially ignoring their flaws or negative aspects. This can lead to ancestor worship, where the deceased are placed on a pedestal and seen as infallible sources of wisdom. It's important to remember that ancestors were human beings with their own strengths and weaknesses. To ignore their flaws is to create a distorted and unrealistic view of the past, potentially hindering our own growth and development. Another danger is becoming overly dependent on ancestral guidance and neglecting one's own intuition and critical thinking. The wisdom of the past can be valuable, but it should not replace our own ability to make informed decisions and navigate the complexities of the present. What happens when we rely too heavily on the past and fail to adapt to changing circumstances? We can achieve this balance by connecting these practices to other elements we've discussed in this series. Over-idealization can be linked to shadow projection, where we project our own positive qualities onto others, denying their flaws and shortcomings. By becoming aware of our own shadow, we can develop a more realistic and nuanced view of our ancestors. And ancestor veneration can be connected to individuation, the process of integrating one's heritage and understanding oneself. By exploring our ancestral roots, we can gain a deeper understanding of our own identity, values, and beliefs, while also acknowledging the limitations and complexities of our family history. How can we reconcile the positive and negative aspects of our ancestral heritage? But we're just scratching the surface of how all these tools can work together. We'll be discussing what a synthesis of all these different elements means for the viewer. Section 79. Enter the Spirit, GUIDES. Divine, MESSENGRS, or Psychological Projections. But we're just scratching the surface of how all these elements can work together. And while ancestral connections give us perspective on where we come from, what if we could reach out further, to guides that have existed before our ancestors, or alongside them? For millennia, across cultures and spiritual traditions, individuals have reported contact with spirit guides, entities believed to provide guidance, protection, and wisdom on life's journey. These guides are often framed as distinct from ancestors, although the two are sometimes related, possessing unique roles and functions that extend beyond familial lineage. But are spirit guides truly external entities, benevolent beings intervening in our lives, or are they instead aspects of our own psyche, projections of our unconscious needs and desires? Or perhaps, is it a combination of both, an interplay between the inner and outer realms? What if I told you that the concept of spirit guides challenges the modern, rationalistic worldview, suggesting the existence of unseen forces and dimensions beyond our ordinary perception? This perspective compels us to consider the possibility that we are not alone on our journey, that we have access to a network of support and wisdom that transcends the limitations of our ego consciousness. But what if the comfort and guidance offered by spirit guides are merely a reflection of our own inner resources, a way for the psyche to provide itself with the support it needs? Are we truly connecting with external entities, or are we simply engaging in a form of sophisticated self-therapy, projecting our own unconscious contents onto imagined figures? To begin to unpack this, we must explore the various perspectives on spirit guides, drawing from both ancient traditions and modern psychology, and examine the roles they have played in shaping human experience. Section 80, Origins and Roles. Cultural perspectives on spirit guides across various cultures and throughout history. The concept of spirit guides has manifested in diverse forms, each reflecting the unique beliefs and practices of its origin. In shamanic traditions, for instance, animal spirits often serve as guides, leading shamans on journeys to other realms, imparting wisdom and assisting in healing rituals. These animal spirits are not merely symbolic representations of animalistic qualities. They are believed to be sentient beings with their own distinct personalities and powers. The shaman, through altered states of consciousness, communicates with these spirits, seeking their guidance and assistance in navigating the complexities of the spirit world. On the other hand, in Christianity and other religions, guardian angels are seen as divine messengers, assigned to protect and guide individuals throughout their lives. These celestial beings are believed to possess unwavering love and compassion, offering comfort, support, and inspiration in times of need. Similarly, within indigenous cultures around the world, spirit guides take on various forms, often appearing as ancestors, nature spirits, or mythical beings. These guides are believed to possess wisdom, knowledge, and healing powers, offering guidance and support to individuals and communities. In some cultures, spirit guides are consulted through rituals, ceremonies, or divination practices, while in others, they may appear in dreams or visions, offering spontaneous insights and guidance. What is the common psychological thread that connects these beliefs? The typical roles assigned to spirit guides across these cultures are remarkably consistent, encompassing protection, wisdom, healing, and assistance on life's journey. Spirit guides are often called upon to safeguard individuals from harm, both physical and spiritual, acting as protectors against negative influences and malevolent forces. They are also sought for their wisdom and knowledge, providing guidance on important decisions, offering insights into complex situations, and illuminating the path towards self-discovery. Furthermore, spirit guides are frequently associated with healing, both physical and emotional, offering comfort, support, and restorative energy to those in need. Consider the mythological figures who act as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, such as Hermes in Greek mythology or Thoth in Egyptian mythology. These figures embody the qualities of messengers, guides, and interpreters, facilitating communication between different realms of existence and offering wisdom and assistance to those who seek it. Section 81. Jungian Lens. Spirit guides as archetypal figures through a Jungian framework. Spirit guides can be interpreted as manifestations of archetypes within the collective unconscious, universal patterns of behavior and imagery that are inherent in the human psyche. Figures like the wise old man or woman, the anima or animus, or even the shadow can all manifest as spirit guides, offering different forms of guidance and support. The wise old man or woman archetype, for instance, embodies wisdom, knowledge, and experience, providing guidance and insight to those who seek it. The anima or animus archetype, representing the contrasexual side of the psyche, can offer guidance in relationships, creativity, and emotional expression. Even the shadow archetype, embodying the repressed or disowned aspects of the personality, can manifest as a spirit guide, challenging individuals to confront their darker qualities and integrate them into their conscious awareness. This perspective challenges the notion that spirit guides are external entities, suggesting instead that they are projections of our own unconscious needs, desires, and expectations. However, this does not diminish their psychological significance. Rather, it highlights the power of the unconscious mind to provide itself with the support and guidance it needs. By projecting our own inner resources onto these archetypal figures, we create a framework for accessing and integrating different aspects of the self. In this way, spirit guides can represent different aspects of the self, each with its own unique qualities and potential. Interacting with these figures can facilitate shadow integration, anima-animus balancing, and the overall development of the self. The act of engaging in dream integration with such characters is a direct practice of Jungian analysis. But what if one is not truly talking to anything out there, but rather working through the archetype itself? This shift in perspective can be incredibly empowering, as it places the focus on the individual's own inner resources rather than relying on external entities. Imagine a patient who consistently dreams of a powerful, nurturing mother figure offering guidance and support. Through dream analysis and active imagination, the patient may come to realize that this figure represents their own untapped potential for self-care and compassion. By integrating this archetype into their conscious awareness, they can develop a greater capacity for self-love and acceptance, leading to increased emotional resilience and overall well-being. Jung writes that the meeting with oneself is, at first, the meeting with one's own shadow. By acknowledging the shadow, integration becomes a conscious exercise. Section 82, Modern Practices. Connecting with Spirit GUIDES through meditation and visualization, modern practices for connecting with spirit guides often involve techniques such as guided meditation, shamanic journeying, and creative visualization, all of which aim to induce altered states of consciousness and facilitate communication with the unconscious mind. Guided meditation involves listening to a pre-recorded script or following the instructions of a facilitator, allowing the mind to relax and open itself up to intuitive insights. Shamanic journeying, inspired by ancient shamanic traditions, involves using drumming, chanting, or other techniques to enter an altered state of consciousness and embark on a symbolic journey to other realms, seeking guidance and healing from spirit guides. Creative visualization involves using mental imagery to create vivid scenes and scenarios, allowing individuals to connect with their inner wisdom and manifest their desired outcomes. Each technique emphasizes the importance of setting clear intentions and creating a safe and supportive environment, as well as believing that communication is indeed possible. Before embarking on a guided meditation or shamanic journey, it is essential to clarify your intentions and define what you hope to gain from the experience. This may involve writing down your questions, visualizing your desired outcomes, or simply setting a clear mental focus. Creating a safe and supportive environment is also crucial, as it allows you to relax and open yourself up to the experience without fear or judgment. This may involve finding a quiet and comfortable space, using calming music or aromatherapy, or surrounding yourself with objects that evoke feelings of peace and security. Are these practices actually communicating with spirit guides? Potential benefits are often framed as increased self-awareness, guidance in decision-making, and enhanced creativity. By connecting with spirit guides, individuals may gain a deeper understanding of their own strengths, weaknesses, and potential. They may receive guidance on important decisions, offering clarity and perspective in times of uncertainty. They may also experience enhanced creativity, tapping into their own inner muse and unlocking new sources of inspiration. It gives a sense of connection with something larger than oneself, a feeling of belonging and purpose that transcends the limitations of the ego. How do these benefits compare with past examples of dream therapy? Section 83. Potential PITFALLS. Dependency, delusion, and false authority. However, it is important to acknowledge the potential pitfalls of working with spirit guides. and to approach these practices with caution and discernment. One significant risk is becoming overly dependent on external guidance, neglecting one's own intuition and critical thinking. While spirit guides can offer valuable insights and perspectives, they should not replace our own ability to make informed decisions and navigate the complexities of life. To rely solely on external guidance is to abdicate our own responsibility for our choices, potentially leading to feelings of powerlessness and disempowerment. What happens when we give away our authority and fail to cultivate our own inner wisdom? Another potential pitfall is the possibility of mistaking projections and wishful thinking for genuine communication, leading to delusions and false insights. The unconscious mind is a powerful force, capable of creating vivid and compelling experiences that can easily be mistaken for reality. It is important to maintain a healthy skepticism and to critically evaluate any guidance received from spirit guides, considering its consistency with other sources of wisdom and knowledge. What if the spirit guide is just your own desire for something made manifest? Furthermore, there are dangers of attributing absolute authority to spirit guides, as all guidance should be evaluated critically and integrated with one's own knowledge and values. Spirit guides, whether they are external entities or projections of our own psyche, are not infallible sources of wisdom. Their guidance should be considered as one perspective among many, to be weighed and considered in light of our own experiences, values, and ethical considerations. To blindly follow the guidance of spirit guides without critical evaluation is to relinquish our own moral compass, potentially leading to harmful or unethical actions. The shocking truth is that by becoming overly dependent, your free will is threatened. Section 84. Verifying INSIGHTS. Discernment and critical evaluation, highlighting the importance of discernment when receiving guidance. It is also essential to cultivate a critical and analytical mindset, questioning the source, content, and potential implications of any communication. Challenge yourself to view yourself as someone receiving communication and consider what you should be wary of. What are the common claims throughout history? Are they consistent with what you know to be true? Are they aligned with your own values and ethical principles? Do they promote growth, healing, and empowerment, or do they foster fear, dependence, and manipulation? But how can one truly validate the utility of spirit guide communication? Does the guidance resonate with your intuition and inner values? Does it feel aligned with your deepest sense of truth and integrity? Does it lead to positive outcomes and personal growth, fostering greater self-awareness, compassion, and wisdom? Is it consistent with other sources of wisdom and knowledge, aligning with scientific findings, philosophical principles, and spiritual teachings? However, these are all internal metrics and are subject to manipulation from self. We can practice distancing ourselves from the experience to gain perspective, as well as looking for a real-world result that has a tangible, positive impact. How can we tell if we are heading down the right path or are being led astray? Section 85. Psychic manipulation. Protecting yourself from negative influence. It is also vital to acknowledge the potential for negative influences disguised as spirit guides, manipulative entities that may seek to exploit or mislead individuals. Throughout history, various cultures have warned of the existence of darker forces, malevolent spirits, or demonic entities that may masquerade as benevolent guides, seeking to gain influence over unsuspecting individuals. These entities may exploit vulnerabilities, manipulate emotions, and sow seeds of doubt and confusion, leading individuals down destructive paths. The potential here for shadow projection is high and may not actually be reflective of any outside manipulation. Strategies for protecting oneself from negative influences, such as setting clear boundaries, trusting one's intuition, and seeking support from trusted friends or mentors, are important for one's health. Setting clear boundaries involves defining what you are willing to accept and what you are not, communicating your limits assertively, and enforcing them consistently. Trusting your intuition involves paying attention to your gut feelings, inner sensations, and subtle cues that may indicate the presence of negative influence. Seeking support from trusted friends or mentors involves sharing your experiences, seeking feedback, and surrounding yourself with people who have your best interests at heart. Cultivating a strong sense of self-worth and emotional resilience is crucial, as it provides a buffer against manipulation and exploitation. What are the warning signs that may indicate the presence of negative influence? Section 86. Balancing the spiritual and the psychological. A path to integration. Synthesizing this information, it is essential to emphasize the need for a balanced approach, integrating spiritual insights with psychological understanding, critical thinking, and ethical considerations. Ancient mysteries and Jungian psychology can provide valuable frameworks for understanding the nature of spirit guides, but they also have their limitations. It is important to recognize that these are just two perspectives among many, and that a comprehensive understanding requires integrating insights from various fields, including science, philosophy, and religion. So what would a modern methodology for integrating both the external and internal aspects of spirit guides look like? What if it means drawing on ancient mystery traditions and practices, but modernizing them with current psychological techniques? How can we reconcile the spiritual and the psychological, the intuitive and the rational, the subjective and the objective? Ultimately, the goal is a greater understanding of oneself, not necessarily spirit guides. The understanding of spirit guides will follow, but we're just scratching the surface of how we can integrate the external and internal to understand these seemingly mysterious forces in our lives. Next, we will discuss the role of community and how it is equally as important as all the elements that we have mentioned thus far. Section 87. The role of community. Ancient rituals as collective psychological processes. Have you ever felt truly connected to something larger than yourself? Ancient mysteries understood this profound human need, recognizing that psychological well-being is inextricably linked to social connection. What if the modern emphasis on individual self-help has blinded us to a crucial element of ancient wisdom, the power of community? The truth is that ancient rituals were rarely solitary endeavors. Instead, they were collective experiences that involved entire communities, fostering a sense of shared identity and purpose. Challenging the modern, individualistic approach to self-help, ancient mysteries suggest that human beings are fundamentally social creatures, and our psychological health depends on the strength of our connections to others. Imagine the Eleusinian mysteries, not as a series of individual experiences, but as a carefully orchestrated communal event designed to induce altered states of consciousness and facilitate psychological transformation through shared symbolic experiences. What are the implications of moving away from an individualistic approach and moving towards a communal understanding of psychology? Ancient community rituals served vital psychological functions, providing opportunities for social bonding, emotional catharsis, and collective meaning-making. These rituals help to reinforce social norms, transmit cultural values, and provide a sense of belonging, strengthening the social fabric and providing individuals with a sense of identity and purpose. This is something often missing in today's world. Consider the ancient Egyptian festival of Apit, a month-long celebration that involved a grand procession of the statues of the Theban triad, Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, from Karnak Temple to Luxor Temple. This ritual, involving most of the community, bound them together through shared experience, religious fervor, and a collective reaffirmation of their cultural identity. The lower classes participated as well, despite not being allowed into the temples. In our increasingly atomized world, where social connections are often superficial and fleeting, the wisdom of ancient mysteries offers a powerful antidote to feelings of isolation and alienation. Online communities can provide some sense of connection, but they often lack the depth and richness of face-to-face interactions. What is more powerful, a virtual gathering or a physical one. By rediscovering the importance of community and creating opportunities for shared ritual experiences, we can begin to heal the social wounds of modernity and cultivate a deeper sense of belonging and psychological well-being. But how can we scale something that is so explicitly based on direct contact? Section 88. Social Structure. Hierarchy and Initiation as Psychological FRAMEWORKS. Beyond simply existing as a community, ancient mysteries also utilized social hierarchies and initiation rituals as structured psychological frameworks. What if these seemingly archaic systems actually held sophisticated insights into the human psyche, providing a sense of order, purpose, and progression? These hierarchies, often based on levels of initiation or knowledge, could be seen as providing a sense of order, purpose, and progression. The process of ascending through these hierarchies could be seen as a metaphor for personal growth and self-discovery, with each level representing a new stage of psychological development. Initiation rituals, often involving symbolic death and rebirth, were designed to induce altered states of consciousness, promote self-reflection, and facilitate psychological transformation. These rituals represented the shedding of old identities and the emergence of new ones, marking a significant transition in an individual's life. Consider the Mithraic Mysteries, a Roman mystery cult that involved 7 grades of initiation, each with its own unique set of symbols, rituals, and challenges. The initiate progressed through these grades, undergoing a series of symbolic deaths and rebirths, ultimately achieving a state of spiritual enlightenment and union with the divine. Through such practices, what was once hidden becomes revealed. The Spartan Agode, a rigorous training program for young Spartan men, exemplifies another type of ancient social structure designed to initiate specific results. This system, characterized by harsh discipline, physical challenges, and social bonding, aimed to cultivate courage, resilience, and loyalty to the state. By enduring these trials, young Spartan men were transformed into warriors, ready to defend their city and uphold its values. This framework of social dynamics is even seen today in corporations, clubs, fraternities, and various social circles. How can someone navigate these social dynamics to achieve their desired outcome? Connecting these aspects to modern frameworks like companies, clubs, and even online communities, we can see how social hierarchies and initiation rituals continue to play a significant role in shaping human behavior and identity. Whether it's the corporate ladder, the ranks of a martial arts dojo, or the levels of a gaming community, these structures provide a sense of order, purpose, and progression, motivating individuals to strive for self-improvement and recognition. However, what happens when such an organization, like a sports team, suddenly collapses due to internal strife or external scandal? What is the psychological effect when purpose is stripped away? Section 89. Isolation and Connection. The push and pull of social needs. While community and social structures were essential in ancient mysteries, many ancient practices also involved periods of solitude and isolation. What if the key to psychological well-being lies not in constant connection, but in finding a balance between isolation and connection, embracing both the individual and the collective? These periods of isolation were often seen as necessary for introspection, self-reflection, and spiritual growth, providing individuals with an opportunity to connect with their inner selves and access deeper levels of consciousness. Isolation can provide opportunities for self-discovery, creativity, and inner peace, allowing individuals to break free from the constraints of social expectations and explore their own unique potential. On the other hand, connection can provide social support, emotional validation, and a sense of belonging, fostering feelings of security and well-being. The psychological benefits of both isolation and connection cannot be overstated. Consider the example of hermits or anchorites in early Christian traditions who withdrew from society to dedicate themselves to prayer, meditation, and spiritual contemplation. These individuals sought to purify their minds and hearts, connecting with the divine through solitude and self-reflection. But is it possible to go too far? The dance between isolation and connection is essential for mental well-being, allowing individuals to cultivate both a strong sense of self and a deep connection to others. Ancient mysteries often incorporated elements of both, recognizing that true psychological integration requires a balance between the individual and the collective. For example, consider the practice of vision quests in many indigenous cultures, where individuals would venture into the wilderness alone, fasting and praying until they received a vision or message from the spirit world, and then return to their community to share their insights and experiences. What message have you brought back to your community? From the solitary practices of meditation and contemplation to the communal rituals of dance and celebration, ancient mysteries offered a rich tapestry of experiences designed to nurture both the individual and the collective psyche. These insights suggest that we must find our own unique rhythm between isolation and connection, honoring both our need for solitude and our need for belonging. The question now becomes, how do we create that balance in an increasingly polarized world? Section 90. Finding modern community. Replicating ancient wisdom in the digital age, synthesizing these insights about community, hierarchy, and the interplay between isolation and connection, it becomes clear that social connection is vital for psychological well-being. The challenge is that modern society has often lost touch with this ancient wisdom, leading to feelings of isolation, alienation, and enmity. Is it possible to replicate the benefits of ancient community in the digital age, or are we doomed to wander alone in a virtual wilderness? Perhaps the answer lies in finding creative ways to adapt ancient wisdom to modern life. Modern individuals can find or create communities that provide support, connection, and a sense of belonging through various means, from volunteering and joining social groups to participating in community events and online forums. While online communities offer the potential for connecting with like-minded individuals across geographical boundaries, it is important to remember the importance of face-to-face interactions and the richness of embodied experiences. Is there a way to get the best of both worlds? Through a Jungian lens, finding or creating a community can be seen as a process of integrating the shadow, recognizing and embracing our shared humanity, and connecting with the collective unconscious. Volunteering can provide an opportunity to express our compassion and contribute to something larger than ourselves, while joining social groups can offer a sense of belonging and validation. Participating in community events can foster a sense of shared identity and purpose. These actions can also be analyzed as a path to individuation. How do we truly embrace our potential? However, we're just scratching the surface of how we can apply this ancient wisdom to our current lives. The next section will synthesize the video's key themes and offer a call to action for viewers to integrate these ancient insights into their lives, creating a more meaningful and fulfilling existence. What are the first steps to take on your journey? Section 91. Synthesis of TOOLS. Dream work, shadow integration, and ancestral connection. Have you ever considered the sheer power that lies within the interconnectedness of your inner world? We've explored a range of potent tools, from the enigmatic realm of dream analysis to the confronting task of shadow work, the dance of anima and animus, the subtle language of synchronicity, and the guidance offered by spirit guides and ancestral connections. But what if these aren't just isolated techniques, but rather interconnected facets of a larger, more holistic process of self-discovery? What potential lies in viewing these powerful tools as instruments within an orchestra, each contributing its unique sound to the symphony of the self? These tools are more powerful when used in combination. Dream analysis can reveal hidden aspects of your shadow, bringing unconscious patterns into conscious awareness, while connecting with your ancestors can provide insights into anima-animus dynamics, illuminating the inherited patterns and beliefs that shape your relationships, By paying attention to synchronicities, you can validate the guidance you receive from spirit guides, confirming that you are on the right path and lending a feeling of validation to your intuition. By integrating these elements, it becomes easier to navigate the landscape of your mind, creating a harmonious and balanced inner world. The power of ancestral connection has been suppressed. Are the elites afraid of your personal transformation? Imagine a high-level visualization of these tools integrated: a wheel with dream analysis, shadow work, anima-animus integration, synchronicity recognition, spirit guides, ancestral connection, animal-plant color symbolism, and much more. Imagine each spoke is a powerful line connecting to a central hub, your core self. As you work with each tool, the entire wheel begins to spin, creating a powerful momentum that carries you forward on your path of individuation, revealing hidden connections. This visual representation shows just how interconnected and powerful a path of inner discovery can be. This isn't just a fun, abstract concept. It is a call to action. Can you feel the wheel begin to turn? Using these tools isn't merely a fun exercise, but a catalyst for real, tangible change in your life. It is a path towards self-mastery, a way to unlock your hidden potential, and a means of creating a more authentic and fulfilling existence. By integrating these tools, you gain a deeper understanding of yourself, your relationships, and your place in the world, transforming not only your inner landscape, but also your outer reality. But if these tools are so powerful, why are they shrouded in mystery and often dismissed as mere superstition? What are they trying to hide? Section 92. The Archetypal Landscape. Mapping the inner world for personal growth. Building upon this synthesis of tools, consider the idea of an archetypal landscape as a mental map of your inner world. What if understanding archetypes isn't just a theoretical exercise, but a way to navigate the terrain of your own psyche, identifying the forces that shape your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors? This landscape is populated by powerful figures, each representing a different aspect of the human experience, and understanding their relationships can provide invaluable insights into your own personal journey. Each archetype within this landscape relates to others in complex and dynamic ways. The hero is often challenged by the shadow, while the anima animus can guide you towards greater wholeness. The wise old man-woman archetype provides wisdom and guidance, while the trickster disrupts your assumptions and challenges your perspectives. What if embracing each of these archetypes is key to unlock your potential? Understanding these relationships and identifying the dominant archetypes in your own psyche can provide a roadmap for personal growth and self-discovery. Understanding your personal archetypal landscape can help you navigate life's challenges with greater awareness and intentionality. For example, if you find yourself consistently drawn to the caregiver archetype, you may be neglecting your own needs in favor of others. By recognizing this pattern, you can begin to set boundaries and prioritize your own well-being, creating a more balanced and fulfilling life. Conversely, if you are repelled by the lover archetype, you may be avoiding intimacy and connection. By exploring this aversion, you can uncover hidden fears and vulnerabilities, opening yourself up to deeper and more meaningful relationships. What if you are capable of more love than you think? Imagine Sarah, a young professional struggling with anxiety and self-doubt. Through journaling and active imagination, she begins to explore her archetypal landscape, discovering that the dominant archetypes in her personality are the perfectionist and the critic. She realizes that these archetypes, while driving her to achieve, are also fueling her anxiety and preventing her from taking risks. By consciously engaging with the playful and creative aspects of the jester archetype, Sarah begins to challenge her perfectionistic tendencies, embrace imperfection, and find more joy in her work. She starts taking improv classes and starts seeing the world in a new light. This provides an opportunity to embrace growth. Can you identify the dominant archetypes in your own life? The exploration of this inner landscape is greatly facilitated by journaling and active imagination. Writing down your dreams, thoughts, and feelings can help you to identify recurring patterns and archetypal figures. Active imagination, a technique developed by Jung, involves consciously engaging with your unconscious through imagery, dialogue, and storytelling. This allows you to interact with the archetypes in your psyche, gaining valuable insights and integrating them into your conscious awareness. What truths will your unconscious bring to light? Section 93. Practical integration. Creating a personalized ritual for self-transformation. Now that we've mapped the archetypal landscape of the mind, it's time to translate this knowledge into practical action by creating your own personalized ritual for self-transformation. What if you could design a ritual that directly addresses your specific needs and goals, harnessing the power of ancient mysteries to accelerate your personal growth? This ritual should be more than just a set of actions. It should be a symbolic expression of your intentions, a way to connect with your unconscious, and a catalyst for profound change. Begin by selecting a specific focus for your ritual, whether it's cultivating self-confidence, accepting your shadow, or deepening your understanding of love. Then, define a desired outcome, the specific change you want to create in your life. Do you want to feel more confident at work, experience greater social ease, or cultivate more personal warmth? This outcome should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, smart, providing a clear direction for your ritual. Remember, the more specific and focused your intentions, the more powerful your ritual will be. What goal will you set? To enhance and strengthen your ritual, incorporate different elements that resonate with your chosen focus and desired outcome. You might choose an animal totem that embodies the qualities you wish to cultivate, such as the courage of a lion or the wisdom of an owl. Plant symbolism can also be powerful, with flowers representing beauty and growth, trees symbolizing strength and stability. Archetypal figures, such as the goddess of love or the wise old man, can provide inspiration and guidance. Do any of these totems resonate with your inner spirit? Involve your dreams and engage in dream incubation, asking for guidance on your chosen focus. You might also seek to connect with your ancestors, asking for their wisdom and support in your transformation. By consciously engaging with these symbolic elements, you tap into the deeper layers of your unconscious, amplifying the power of your ritual. What secrets do your ancestors hold? Let's walk through a concrete example of creating a personalized ritual. Imagine you want to reduce anxiety. Begin by selecting symbolic elements that represent calmness and peace, such as a blue candle, a feather, and a smooth stone. Set your intention clearly, visualizing yourself feeling calm and grounded. Structure your ritual by lighting the candle, holding the feather, and focusing on your breath, repeating affirmations that affirm your inner peace. Practice this ritual daily, or whenever you feel anxiety rising. By practicing iteratively, you reinforce the connection between your intention and your desired outcome, gradually transforming your emotional state. What will your ritual consist of? The importance of iterative practice cannot be overstated. Ritual is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process of self-discovery and transformation. By consistently engaging with your personalized ritual, you reinforce the desired changes in your psyche, gradually reshaping your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Like tending a garden, you must nurture your inner world with consistent care and attention, weeding out negative patterns and cultivating positive growth. Where will this path take you? Section 94. The Future of Ancient Mysteries. Integrating wisdom and science for a holistic future, synthesizing ancient mysteries into modern life, can seem daunting. But what if ancient mysteries could inform modern approaches to psychology, mental health, and spirituality? What if a reintegration of ancient wisdom and scientific understanding could lead to more holistic and effective treatments, healing the wounds of modernity and unlocking the full potential of the human psyche? Perhaps the future of mental health lies in embracing both the ancient and the modern, integrating wisdom and science to create a more complete and effective approach. Technology holds the potential to enhance and personalize ancient practices, making them more accessible and engaging. VR can create immersive ritual environments, allowing individuals to experience the power of symbolic landscapes and archetypal figures. Biofeedback can provide real-time data on physiological states, helping individuals to regulate their emotions and enhance their meditative practices. What if technology became a bridge to ancient mysteries? However, ethical considerations are paramount. We must ensure that these practices are used responsibly and ethically, respecting individual autonomy and avoiding the potential for manipulation or harm. We must be mindful of the power of suggestion and the potential for abuse, ensuring that these tools are used for healing and empowerment, not for control or exploitation. Are we ready for the potential power we can wield? The potential for this knowledge to transform modern mental health is immense. By integrating ancient wisdom with scientific understanding, we can create a more holistic and effective approach to healing, addressing the root causes of suffering and empowering individuals to live more meaningful and fulfilling lives. The integration of these tools can help transform modern mental health. However, can these tools be used by others with harmful intent? But we're just scratching the surface of what is possible. What if this knowledge could unlock hidden potentials within us all, transforming not only our individual lives, but also the future of humanity? In the next section, we will issue a final call to action, urging you to embrace the wisdom of ancient mysteries and embark on your own journey of self-discovery, contributing to a more enlightened and compassionate world. What is the next step to begin your journey? Section 95. Signaling the shift. From exploration to synthesis, as we draw together the threads of our exploration, it becomes clear that the psychology of ancient mysteries is not merely an academic pursuit, but a journey into the depths of the human psyche itself. We have traversed diverse terrains, from the sacred rituals of Eleusis to the dream temples of ancient Egypt and the shamanic practices of indigenous cultures. The complexity of this journey reflects the multifaceted nature of the human experience and the enduring power of the unconscious mind. Section 96. Thematic Recap. Echoes of ancient wisdom in the modern psyche. The rediscovery of ancient psychological insights reveals that these mysteries are not relics of the past, but sophisticated systems for understanding and manipulating the human psyche. Archetypes, dreams, and altered states of consciousness are not mere concepts, but tools for personal transformation and self-discovery. Integrating these elements provides a holistic framework for navigating the inner and outer worlds, moving beyond simply treating mental symptoms and towards a deeper understanding of the human condition. This provides the modern person with a potent toolkit for self-awareness, healing, and growth. The knowledge is not meant to be observed, but used to fuel personal growth. Section 97. The Callback, Creating Circularity. From disconnection to transformation, we began by exploring modern society's disconnection from ancient wisdom, questioning why these profound insights have been marginalized or forgotten. What if the disconnection we feel from the ancient world is the same disconnection we feel within ourselves? Rediscovering these mysteries bridges the gap between science and spirituality, offering a path towards psychological integration and a deeper connection to the self. This transformation is not just for individuals, but for the world, as it fosters a more compassionate and enlightened understanding of the human experience. But this reconnection may require dismantling our current understanding of the world. Section 98. The Final Insight, Leaving a Lasting Impression. Embracing the unknown true wisdom lies not in knowing all the answers, but in embracing the questions and accepting the inherent uncertainty of existence. The search for personal knowledge is inextricably linked to the search for understanding the cosmos, and both are ultimately journeys into the unknown. Embrace the idea that the mysteries will always remain mysteries, and that the true value lies not in definitive discovery, but in the continuous exploration of the depths of the human psyche and the universe beyond. Section 99. Forward look/call to action, beyond the content. A journey of discovery. Continue exploring the psychology of ancient mysteries and experiment with dream analysis, meditation, or creating your own personalized rituals for self-transformation. Delve deeper into the works of Jung, von Franz, and other scholars who have illuminated the path of individuation. Seek out communities and resources that resonate with your own journey of discovery, but approach all information with a critical and discerning mind. Remember that the path to self-knowledge is a lifelong journey, not a destination, and that the greatest discoveries often lie just beyond the horizon of our current understanding. Section 100. Definitive closure, the final note. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the psychology of ancient mysteries.